for a regular meeting of the Board of Education, calling this meeting to order at 5:25. So moving on to meeting practices, 1.2. So members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. And Spanish translation will be available via Zoom, and also we have a Spanish translator in the room. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaker card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with a live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with the executive assistant. Okay, so we're about to begin our study session. Running a little bit late, a variety of issues, right? So we're starting the school, lots of little loose ends that have needed to get tied up, but we're ready to get started. Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't do roll call. I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and do roll call.
Member Thomas?
Here.
Member Fong, absent. Member Plancarte?
Here.
Vice President Jones?
Here.
President Hill?
Here. Okay, great. And member Wen is running a little bit late. She'll be here, I think, somewhere between 5:45 and 6. And the student member doesn't normally join us until after 7 when we return from closed session. So with that, why don't we go down to the center of the room and begin our study session. So we have 2 items that we have on the agenda for the study session. And so one is, one is meeting protocols, and the other one, so 2.1, and the other one, 2.2, is goals. And since we're getting started a little bit late, and I think also since we probably need to do more work on the goals, I think we'll just talk briefly about kind of where we are, and then talk about a strategy for how to update them. But diving into meeting protocols. So first off, I think that we were all pretty happy with the CSBA 2-day session that we had, and I think it was a good opportunity, both to get to know each other on a little bit more of an informal basis, and also to update some things that hadn't been updated in a while, and also talk about some important issues. And I think that we felt good about it. And one of the things that came out of that, and I know that I believe that Tracy had committed that she's gonna, I'm sorry, Superintendent Fakar.
Sorry, do you need me to be a part of this, or am I okay?
Oh, no, please join us.
Okay.
No, she has stuff to do.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if I need
No,
to
you're
be a part
good.
of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're good.
okay.
One of the things that we agreed to in that meeting was that we wanted to establish some meeting guidelines for the board itself. And I just recently got the updated copy of the notes from CSBA, and so I will distribute those to everybody so you can see Ms. Yao's or Yo's sort of summary. But just reading off the things, and this is from my notes that I took, they gave us a bunch of different sample guidelines for the board, and then we looked at them, and then we voted, and then we discussed, and then we came up with the final list. And my understanding is that at some point, Superintendent Fakar is going to take these and maybe even post these back in the room somewhere, and also have it up on our board docs site. But I just wanted to review both, just to remind us but I think also so the public knows, because the public wasn't present, about the commitments that we've all made to ourselves. So the first one that we all agreed on was, and there's 6 total. So the first one that we agreed on, and these are agreements for the board, we will keep our focus on the best interests of students. So that was number 1. Number 2 was we will work toward the future, learning from the past. Number 3 is we will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. Number 4 is we will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. Number 5 is when we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personalities. We will address the process, not the personalities. And then number 6, we will respect differences. We will show respect, never dismiss or devalue others. And so are there any comments that the board would like to make about these agreements that we had made the other?
Yeah, but I think what we agreed to is that we would read these, we would put them on a placard, and we would read these in place of what you've been reading out.
Okay.
About the meeting
Okay.
conduct.
Okay, so I'm happy to do that. So we'll start that tonight. And so, and they still have some of those legacy comments in the agenda, and I think we just need to clean that up, and we need to get everything on the speaker card, and I don't think that that's all been done yet. But
They're in 4 different places in the agenda. I think to have them written, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but to have them written in one place in the beginning is okay, but not to read them out loud.
yeah, and I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I think that's,
Not in 4 different places.
yes, yes. So, yes, I know that everybody's been getting tired of hearing this. So yes, and also I think, per your comments, Member Thomas, that, we just need to clean up Word docs, because there was just legacy stuff that was in there, and so we just need to make sure that we go back and get rid of those duplicates, and we'll have it in one spot, but even though it's there, we're not going to read it, but what we will read is we will read our board, we can call them guidelines, we can call them norms, and so these are the commitments that we're making to ourselves and also to the public around how we want to conduct the meeting.
and I think reaffirming those at the beginning of every meeting is important, because it does help us. We come in from our busy days, and so it allows us to come in and focus and kind of just say, okay, this is why I'm here. And I think that's really important for us, and it centers us as a group, as a board, before we begin.
Well, and then it attempts to set the tone as well, too.
Yeah.
Because we're here for students, and professionalism has to be at the core. Obviously, we're here to come together and to hear everybody's different opinions, but really we're here to put together a strategy for the students, because they deserve us as leaders to act for a professional setting, and for us to act professionally as well and be respectful, and also have humanity and kindness, because we do set the tone.
Definitely.
And it's a platform for kids.
And I know that you've spoken about that a couple of times with Frank Carte, and just to remind ourselves again that we are the Board of Education, and that we are setting an example for kids and for the community, and so it's important.
We
to
ask
try
that of the kids. We ask the kids to be kind and to be, as much as best, on their best behavior as they can, to treat their friends and their peers a certain way. We should do the same for each other, the adults.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments about these norms, guidelines?
Should they be posted somewhere?
Yeah. So we need since we've been I know that Superintendent Vakar has been scrambling with a bunch of different stuff. So it looks like she hasn't had time to do that. But I remember her commitment being that we were going to post these somewhere in our room.
Right.
So, and hopefully on a big enough so we could see them. So.
Yeah, I think it's important. Even if it's, 24 by 36 piece of poster board. I don't know what the biggest piece Michelle can do, but, she'll work her magic.
Maybe we could do it right there, right under vision and mission. And maybe we could just have a big poster board.
And then maybe even up behind as well, behind the dais.
Or
I figured-
on the wall. I mean, you know, but I think it's good, I think it would be good to have it a couple places, because it
It's a
is.
good reminder.
It's a good
If
reminder.
it's over there, for example, people that are sitting in the audience will see it when they come in and.
Put it above where they sign
Sure.
it, you know.
Yeah.
Get their comment card stuff, and yeah, I think that's good. I think we could put it there as well. Those need to be
Those-
closed up. Huh? They just look washed out. Our mission and vision statement
Right.
posters.
But I think, I like the fact that they stand out separately but together.
Yeah, that would be a good place for it, as well as putting it there.
Okay.
All right.
So I think we have a game plan around this, right? So we'll make sure that we get, I mean, so number one, we have to clean up board docs and take the meeting kind of guidelines, really it's public comment guidelines, put it in one place. We're not going to read it. Also put it on the speaker card because I don't think that's been done yet. But try to see if we can do that for the next meeting. And then the other thing is to memorialize this, have some type of big poster in a place where everybody can see it, and also put it, I think, embedded in the board docs so that we can have it as the thing that we do read at the beginning of meetings.
So you gave us meeting conduct, is there any
Yes.
reason to have that?
Yes, so the one thing that we didn't have a chance to address in our workshop, but I know that there's still, I think, some lack of clarity around how we approach this is, we have had some contentious meetings, we have had some disruptions. I think that there's, there may be disagreement about the best way to handle it. And so I had asked Superintendent Vicar to say, let's have a study session with the board to discuss it. And what Superintendent Vicar had, and unfortunately she's not here, right, but what she had suggested that she felt had worked in her prior districts, both as a staff member and then also as a community member, is that, obviously it's an open meeting. Obviously people can come and share their views, right? And so it's a democracy and they're entitled to come and share their views. The key though is that they have to follow the protocols, and so we give each speaker 3 minutes to speak. We may give a little leeway if they go over 10 seconds or 15 seconds or whatever. But if it looks like it's going longer than that, then we ask the speaker to say, you need to wrap it up. And if that doesn't happen, right, then we start to get into an issue where we're losing order in the boardroom. And so that could be a scenario. Another scenario could just be, maybe people are yelling things or doing whatever, and it's. But so the question is how do we handle it? So what Superintendent Vicar had experience with and that she felt was effective was that when it happens, board president talks to the person to say, look, you're disrupting. Can you please stop? And if they don't stop, basically say, if you don't stop, you're going to have to leave. And if they don't leave, and it continues, what Superintendent Vicar has recommended is that we, the board, recess back to the board library, and then at that point, hopefully the crowd will get calmed down, and staff will work to kind of calm everybody down. They would then give us a signal to say, okay, everything's calmed back down. We come back in, we continue. If there aren't any issues, we're good to go. However, if the disruption happens again and we give a warning and it continues, at that point we recess. Essentially, we close the meeting to the public.
Except for the press.
Except for the press, and then any speakers that we would be having come in, like if we're bringing in a
And I'm
consultant or
assuming
whatever.
also union representatives.
Yeah, you need representatives.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's specified.
Sure. So, and she said that what she's seen is that in general, when those situations have happened and that protocol has been followed, that after that in future meetings, it really doesn't happen again. So that's her recommendation, but there's different ways that we can approach it. Certainly there's things that are outlined both in the CSBA document, in our meeting conduct bylaws. So wanted to open it up to our board members to discuss what we think and what we think would be the appropriate norm for this.
Well, I truly think what's happening here is we're really trying to make these meetings really much more effective and much more professional and positive, just to some extent. While I understand our community members, have grievances, and I totally get that. I do respect the fact that we should have some norms and some, set the tone in some way for the disruptions, because they are distracting and they are not productive, and we're here to make some big decisions, and I think that impacts the conduct of the meetings. So
I think how we interact with each other needs to improve as well. When we don't.
Yeah, how we
There needs
act
to
on
be
the
more
dais is
help, and
also really
When we
important.
don't treat each other with respect, it looks bad, really bad. So,
Well, in a sense, it gives the public for the wrong word, but the right to treat us in the same way. If we don't treat each other with respect, how can we expect to be treated with respect? And I think all of us are very conscious about being respectful, back. But I had a comment about kind of the procedure, like president saying, you need to calm down. If you don't, then the board will leave the boardroom. Rather than put that threat out there.
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Okay,
Yeah.
then
No,
I
no, no.
I misunderstood what.
Yeah, no, so what I said was that the protocol would be that when there is a disruption, either a speaker is refusing to yield the floor, or there's people yelling or doing whatever, that the president will warn that person or people and say, you're creating a disruption, we would like you to stop. And
that's kind of it. Like,
right, and then if it continues, I think at that point, I would call for a recess.
Okay,
say.
cool.
So does that work?
Yeah, no, that's more what I was
Okay.
thinking, that we do that, we do that once. If we have to do it again, we have to do it again. But on the third time, then it's like,
Right.
we're going back there.
Well, no, there's no third time. It's this.
Oh, it's just the second time that
we would
disappear.
leave, we
Okay.
would come back. If it happens again,
Then
then we clear the room and
Okay.
reconduct it. Yeah.
Got it, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense to
I
me.
don't have an issue with that.
I think it's,
It is probably in here someplace. I haven't studied this one yet.
Yeah, I mean, there are different ways you can do it, but I
Mm-hmm.
think the key, and I think that where we've been struggling a little bit is because there are different ways, we haven't had a consistent norm.
Consistent, yeah. I think it is important for us to be consistent about how we handle it each and every time.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
Any other thoughts on this?
so it says, if disruption continues, that the person can be removed from the room. We haven't had it come to that.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think the question is whether you want me to say that or not. I mean, because I could say, if you don't stop disrupting, you're going to need to leave. I could say that, or I could just simply say you need to stop disrupting, and if it continues, then I'll just call a recess. So I think we just need to decide what we want to do.
I think it's better to start with, asking them to stop the disruption, and then if they don't, we go to recess.
Yeah.
And not really threaten them, because
Okay,
we don't
yeah,
want to
okay.
create a threatening.
Yeah,
We're just like,
that's fine.
this is what we expect,
Yeah.
and if you don't, then we're going to go to
Yeah, 'cause
recess.
it says here, the board president or designee may then remove the individual from the meeting. We don't want to be in the situation.
I think it's better for
of
us to remove
physically-
ourselves.
Yeah, physically removing someone from the meeting,
Yeah, and I'm not a spring chicken.
unless there's a
Threat.
police officers.
Which we don't want to get into
We don't wanna
anyway.
get into that.
So I think it's better, I think the better way to handle it is that we remove ourselves
Right,
from the setting.
okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, so just to recap, right, so what we're saying is that if we do have a disruption, you know, either somebody refuses to yield the floor or there's some yelling or some, you know, commotion, the board president will warn them and say, you know, you're disrupting, please stop. And then if it continues, the board president will say, the board is going to recess to the board library. And so then we'll go back there, staff will work to try to get
They'll know
everything
what to
calmed
do.
down. We'll come back in. Hopefully we won't have any more issues, but if we do have another issue, again, we'll warn the person, and then if it continues, then we will clear the room.
I'm not so sure that we understand or agree to the way we proceed on an agenda item. So for example, and I think the call to order booklet from CSBA covers that. But it seems, and it's kind of like a modified, they don't follow the Robert's Rules of Order, but so the agenda item is described by staff or by whomever has brought the agenda item forward. Then there are clarifying questions by the board, but not yet for discussion. Okay. Then there is a motion and a second, and then we discuss the merits of the motion.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, Member Thomas. When we were doing our, it's not offsite, when we were doing our board workshop, and we had CSBA here, we talked about rules of order, and she suggested the, what's it called again?
That modified, it's some
Right.
kind of modified,
Right.
I forget what it's called.
Yeah, so they suggested the modified. Do we want to have a study session or maybe even a training session that some expert in that would take us through?
If we need it, do you think we need it?
I don't know if we need a training session, maybe maybe a discussion, like a work session about it, just to kind of talk about it ourselves.
I wouldn't mind actually having someone
But actually come and kind of facilitate us through it.
or make a presentation on how we should do it, you know?
So maybe what we could do, if everybody's in agreement, is we could hold another study session, and we could work with CSBA to identify a quote-unquote expert in the area, and that we would make the assumption that we're interested in looking at this modified Robert's Rules.
Yeah.
That we would be prepared to come with any key questions or whatever, and then we would give the consultant time to give a basic overview, and then for us to ask clarifying questions, and then based on that, if we feel comfortable, we could have an agenda item that then approves that would be our, does that work?
Yeah, it's kind of like a mini workshop on call to order.
Yeah, well, and that's what it's called, call to order.
Yeah.
So, and I would even be fine with having them virtual rather than having to have them come down here.
Sure.
I think the same thing, right.
You know, we're maybe sitting down here, but it's virtual,
Yeah,
so that
absolutely, I think that would be.
that makes a lot more sense
And
to
we're only
me.
paying for an hour of their time or whatever.
Right, rather than 3 or 4 or 5 or 6,
Right.
depending on the traffic.
We'd have it at 5 like we've done
Mhm.
this one, yeah.
Right, okay, so,
I think we should order the call to order.
yes, so Toya, I know that she was supposed to be placed in an order. We just need to follow up and see if she's had a chance to do that.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I gave everyone the Brown Act book.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. So, anything else that we want to talk about from a meeting protocols? We got 10 minutes, so I want to cover just goals quickly, but are there any other meeting protocol issues?
No, I feel really comfortable with where we are.
Okay, so then going on to goals, I forgot to ask Toya to make a copy, but I think we know the goals, Right, so we have four, student achievement, safe, secure, health and healthy learning environments, parent and community engagement and communication, and fiscal health. The challenge that we have is that we use SMART goals. So there were specific timeframes that stuff needed to happen, and there were specific outcomes or measurements. And so I think that we probably need to also schedule at least a discussion. It doesn't necessarily have to be a study session. Maybe it could just be a discussion during the board meeting around, here's the existing goals. Do we want to do we want to totally change them? Do we want to keep them the same but modify?
The dates.
You know,
There's
the dates absolutely have to be modified.
Right.
And then the other thing is that Superintendent Vicar had been recommending that we had a fifth goal around hiring, so recruiting, hiring, retaining personnel.
I thought that was one of our goals.
Not
No,
originally.
not the
Not
original.
Oh,
We did discuss it at our retreat.
And, you know,
okay, that was my confusion over the 4 or 5 goals. I thought there was one on.
but the comment we made this morning that there were 3 LCAP goals.
Yes, there are.
And which goal is
Well, but
not
so,
in the LCAP?
yeah, and so I, okay,
bar
but
is-
I think it's, I don't know, I'd have to look at the 3 and I could figure it out.
so, and I think that there's some confusion here, because there seems to be some people that think that the LCAP is an independent process, independent of the board, and with the ability to establish independent priorities. And that is completely false, right? The LCAP is a committee that we set up.
They're an advisory
And they're an
committee.
advisory committee. And I think
And they speak to the goals that we have set.
correct. And so I think that if there's people that think that there's other goals, they need to come and talk to us, and then we need to have a discussion about, do we want to add those? Or modify them. But other than that, really everything should flow from these goals. And I know that Member Thomas has extensive experience with this working at Hewlett-Packard in Hoshin planning, right? So,
Well, I know that the LCAP, the 3 goals that the LCAP used were 3 of our goals. They weren't in the exact same order, first, second, third, but they were 3 of our goals. And I can't remember the 4 of them right off the top of my head, but if I looked at them, I could tell you which one
Okay.
which one they didn't
I think
incorporate.
maybe the financial stability.
I think it's the
one.
financial stability one
That's
too.
missing, or that is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, 'cause it's-
they have a budget.
The LCAP's
Yeah.
more
Supplemental.
supplemental and program
Right.
oriented. I think it's those 3, but the second and the third ones are reversed on the LCAP.
okay.
So
Yeah, those need
there
to
was
align.
discussion in one of the meetings that I had just
Okay.
attended that they could switch those, but it was like pages and pages and pages of documents and they didn't have time to switch them.
Yeah.
But they knew that they weren't in a priority order in the LCAP.
Well, and I think that was one issue that we had last year, which we as a board did a lot of work on this, but then for a variety of reasons, it never really got communicated out to all the district personnel. And so I think that there's been confusion, and in hearing what Superintendent Vicar said as well, she said she agrees, and she agrees that these need to be the driving force.
Yeah.
And I think just as we're going to put up our board norms on the wall, we need to
have our
have
goals.
we need to have our goals on the
Right.
wall.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe our norms is a good, and goals. If it's big enough, it can be seen by the audience. And the goals, I'm just an idea.
Well, and most importantly, I think that maybe those goals are discussed, throughout the year as well. And I'm
Yes.
assuming that they will be, so.
Well, and most of the time on the agenda, the agenda items do tie in, they do reference
Talk about
and the goals. Say, oh, this ties into the fiscal, or this ties into academic,
Yeah,
achievement.
so we started to do that, right?
Yeah.
But I think that for this year, something that would add to that is that at least on a monthly basis, that we have an update from the superintendent to say, because theoretically, people should be creating plans
Based on
connected to
those
these goals,
and the timing.
and that they should be able to give us an update and say, okay, we put this plan together, we understand by the end of the year we're supposed to achieve this, here's our steps, and then, you know, this month, this is where we are, these are the issues that we are facing, and it really shouldn't take that long. But I think that if we establish that cadence, then that reinforces to everybody in the community that these are the top priorities that we're focused on.
And I think the fact that we have hired so many people and that our departments are filling back up, and we have like the ed services team. I had the opportunity to meet with that whole team yesterday, and it was fabulous watching them work together. It was really great to see that. And I think, you know, as the different departments come together and really, you know, get to know each other and work together, that will make that process so much easier for them.
Yes, yeah, because then they have something to connect to.
Yeah,
So,
it's
okay.
a driving force behind them too.
So just in summary, around the goals, I think what we're agreeing to is that we're gonna go back and we each of us are gonna go back and take a look at them. And see if we wanna, certainly we have to update dates at a minimum, but maybe there's some things we wanna tweak. Talk about potentially adding that fifth goal, or maybe others, and that we would then schedule I don't think we should schedule a study session. I think we just schedule a regular agenda item, and we have a discussion, and then we make a decision. Does that work, Member Thomas, from your perspective? Okay,
Yeah, that works for me.
okay.
Yeah.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Okay. All right, look what the cat
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
What's happening, the dream team's together over
Dream
here?
Of
teams
course.
together. Thank you
Of
so
course.
much for coming.
You know what, it's because I love you
Thank
guys.
you. I know.
Oh, no, don't be honored, it's just like, you really gotta do it in crisis, right?
Did you drive?
I did, 6.5 hours.
Oh, you did drive. I thought you were gonna
I
fly.
couldn't, by the time I did the flight, it was like
True.
$580 more, I'm like, forget it, I just didn't, it's not worth it.
Well,
but-
thank you.
Yeah, how are you guys?
Good.
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 Busy week?
Yeah.
Again?
I thought you were gonna be gone during this time.
I was, yeah, but with Trace being out, I just felt like I needed to be here for,
Thank you.
doing the right thing, it's like, hey, Dad raised me well on certain things, maybe not everything, Aiden. But we know,
Looking at me.
you know what I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys, I don't want to bother you guys, I didn't know.
No,
Are you
No,
guys
it's
meeting
not
or something?
good.
We're doing a
It's
study
okay.
session.
We're just having a study session, but we're basically wrapping it up,
How
so
are
we're
you?
fine.
I'm under the weather, but I'm here.
Gotcha. Well, very good to see you. I feel like I haven't
Thank
seen
you.
you enough.
Yes.
And I know you have a lot going,
Yes.
so you've been in our prayers and thoughts too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
God
absolutely.
bless you.
Thank
Yeah.
And then I think it would probably be good, we're gonna start our
Close.
we're gonna open the meeting in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
And so if you can come by, and then I think it would be good for you to join in close too, if people are okay with it.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on if the agenda item pertains to HR.
yeah. I have 3
Yes.
agenda items
Yep.
on there that I'm
Yeah.
gonna talk about for Trace. So,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So summary, right, we're gonna go look at the goals, we're gonna be prepared to come back, we'll try to agendize a meeting. Is having it be on the next meeting too soon?
I don't think so. I don't like
That's
having
okay.
it, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I think
at
it
all.
will be an improvement over when I first started on the board, when we didn't decide on annual goals until the end of
Well,
November.
that's critical. We
Yeah.
need to do,
We need to do it now.
Yeah.
Now is key.
Okay,
It's critical.
It's a new year, it's fresh.
yes.
You know, we had a
Okay.
great morning
Yeah.
this morning. The new hire was really good yesterday. People are really, I feel like people are really up right now.
Both, yeah.
yeah, it was a great introduction this morning. Cat was great. Karen
I
was
sent him
great.
what I was going, he helped
And
me. He said, oh, why don't you add this?
By the way, did you get those statistics for how many hires and everything?
So, thank you.
Did you get-
76 new hires, 35 plus teachers.
Okay.
And then all site administration, there was some classified, and there's a few vacancies still in, but very few. Two sped teachers, from what I understand, is all we're now.
Two. Wow, amazing.
And we can,
So it's fewer
Contract out for
openings
those.
left. I mean, we still have a number of openings, but it's fewer than we've had in years.
Right. Amazing.
Can't you count them on just one hand?
No, it's a little more than that.
Which,
Well, from what I understand, it's a little more than that, because there are other positions that are
or
open.
teacher positions though?
Teacher positions, you can count them on one hand, which is a first in
That is
years.
amazing.
And I don't know how many, new teachers we have fresh out of, that
7.
going into induction.
Did
There
you
were
go to that
7
meeting
new,
yesterday?
there were 7 new faces in there when Karen asked for all the people that have never taught before,
And
you're
they raised
brand new
their
to
hand.
teaching, there were 7 of them that stood.
Okay.
So that was,
Okay, so it's 6 o'clock.
all right.
I think we got a lot done in 30 minutes.
I do too.
And so maybe we ought to do that for everything. We just said 30 minutes is the timeline and
Right,
get it
be
done.
very productive.
There you go. Okay, so we're now done with our study session. So let's start our official, just kind of opening, and then if you can grab Ms. Allard, that'd be great, and then we will
Great.
officially call everything to order and. So we are finished with our study session at 6:05, and let me just check to see if I got any updates from Member One. Did you get any updates from Member One? Member Thomas, did you get any updates from Member One?
She said 6:45, and
Oh,
5:45, I think.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
make sure, well, let's see. No, she said 5:45.
Okay. So I think we just go ahead and she'll join us. But we're now about to go into closed session. So item 3.1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Welcome. Subdivision 2, or D2, and it's 3 cases. So that's 3.1. And then, Ms. Lemus, I believe that Ms. Superintendent Vacar has asked that now that we're out of COVID, that we're not really doing online comments now. But but just out of curiosity, is there anybody online that is?
No, and no one has submitted a public comment.
Okay, great. So we don't have any public comment on closed session items. So with that, we're going to recess to closed session. So report of 4.1, report of closed session actions. There is nothing to report. And so with that, actually, before we do Pledge of Allegiance, I just want to welcome everybody back. So it's the beginning of the new school year. A lot of exciting things are happening. We had a lot of activity over the break, and there was a lot of hiring activity, and Mr. Williams is going to share more of that a little bit later. The board had a 2-day workshop, and there were some important things that we're putting together to try to set a good tone for this year. And so we're excited about getting back to business. So with that, if I could get everybody to stand, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So we're going on to 5.2, meeting practices and information. And one of the adjustments that we're making for this year, and this was a discussion that we had when we were in our 2-day workshop, is rather than reading a long speech about meeting practices, I don't think that we have it actually printed on the speaker card right now, but we're going to have it printed on the speaker card going forward so that everybody, if there is any confusion around the protocols, you'll find it there. But one of the things that we felt was important is that as a board, we talked a lot about the protocols, the norms that we want to follow. And so we're ultimately going to have this published out on our website, and we're also going to have it put up here prominently in the boardroom so that everybody understands the commitment that we are trying to hold ourselves to. But I'm going to read these. What I will be doing going forward at every meeting is I will read our protocols just to remind us, and I'll also remind the audience of what we're focused on. So number one, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. Number two, we will work toward the future, learning from the past. Number three, we will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. Number four, we will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. Number five, when we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personalities. We will address process, not personalities. And number six, we will respect differences. We will show respect, never dismiss or devalue others. So those are the norms that we're holding ourselves accountable to. And if there are issues, I'm sure that we will remind each other of them. Okay, so moving forward to 6.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Can we do this through board docs, or do we need to do a roll call vote?
We can do it through board docs.
Okay, let's do board docs. Do we need to do a roll call?
Yes, let's do a roll call first. And
Okay,
then
go
do
ahead.
board docs. Member Thomas, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Student Board Member Lee,
Yes.
Board Member Thomas,
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen,
Yes. Here.
Board Member Plancarte,
Yes.
Vice President Jones,
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes, okay, motion carries. So moving on to 7.1, student reports. So student member Lee, do you have any updates to share with us?
Yes, I do. Okay. Good evening, Board, Executive, Cabinet, and community. For any new parents or new NUSD community members listening to this meeting, my name is Joy Lee, and I will be serving my second term on this school board as the student board representative. I am excited and honored to be sitting here on this board again and will try my best to serve my fellow peers. So moving on, Newark Memorial High School had our Maze Days on August 1st, where 10th, 11th, and 12th graders picked up their schedules, chose their lockers, and took their IDs and yearbook picture. Our incoming freshmen on Friday, August 2nd, entered their soon-to-be high school. They met their link crew leaders as well as selected their lockers, picked up their schedules, and our upperclassmen hope they will feel welcome and safe in our new school, in their new school. Our fall sports orientation just happened today at 6:30 p.m. This was for any students who wanted to play girls tennis, football, cross country, water polo, volleyball, and girls golf. And then currently our ASB is preparing for our back to school assembly happening on Friday. I invite all of you guys to come, and I will send a Gmail later this week inviting you guys once again. And yesterday, our senior class organized a class bonding at Top Golf yesterday, where they were able to golf and just meet up with friends again before the school year starts. And there was a turnout of around 50 to 60 people, which was really good. And lastly, before I close, I also wanted to emphasize once again about the facilities at our school, how we need to improve them, and that with our new bond coming up, we really, really want this bond to get passed because our school, even like as the students like walk by, we all desire a better school, better facilities, and so I just wanted to mention that once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lee. And also, we have a couple of agenda items that are connected to that this evening. So we'll be talking about that in a minute. And then one last question, who won Topgolf?
There was nobody who won because they were like split into their little cubicles and was able to swing. A lot of them were golfing for the first time actually, so it was a really good experience for everybody.
Okay, great. Okay, so moving on to 8.1, employee organizations. Do we have a representative? So Ms. Villa, welcome.
All right, good evening, board members and executive cabinet. My name is Sherry Villa, and I'm happy to say that I am the NTA president for our upcoming year. We have the same, quite a few of our same executive board, but we have a few new additions. Our vice president is Julius Chapman. Our secretary is Babette Babbage. Coming back to join us is our treasurer, Shauna Bruzy, so he'll be coming back. Our high school director, Kieran Purnell, and our elementary, Gretchen Kava. We've had a lot of some people leave to move on to other districts, so we're going to be looking for NT members to fill up our executive board spot. So again, I'm happy to be doing this again for the next year. Very happy. Okay, couple things to talk about. See, I know there's with school coming up, there are some issues that will work out. Not going to get fixed today or tomorrow, but after the school year starts, we definitely have some things to talk about. The first one, Chromebooks for our teachers. In negotiations when we started in 2022, we ended in 2023. Part of that negotiation was that all of our teachers would be receiving new Chromebooks. We've been waiting for those since 2023. We've been told twice now that they've got here, we'll get them to you, next year, we'll get them to you next year. So all of our teachers have been waiting for new teacher Chromebooks. It's part of our contract. Each teacher will be issued a district device. So recently, yesterday, we began the rollout of Chromebook distribution, and it turns out that only our elementary teachers doing language arts adoption and our 6th and 7th and 8th grade language arts teachers are the only ones who will be receiving new Chromebooks. So my ask is for the rest of our NTA members, our secondary, our high school, and the rest of our middle school, science teachers, special ed teachers, everybody else needs new Chromebooks too. So that is my ask. Next one, in regards to being staffed in vacancies. When we ended the school year, there were several vacancies and probably in excess of 50 classroom teacher vacancies. I'm happy to say that we're down to just 3. And that's from special ed, all the way through. 3 vacancies. Mr. Williams, thank you. Yeah. So this is the first time in years that we've been fully staffed like this. So, that's the first foundation that we can build off of. So again, Mr. Williams, thank you. With which leads me to my next topic is our suspension of the DLI. Very, very, very sad to even have to talk about this. The fact that we did not have any credential with the B-clad teachers is disappointing. In 2021, in January of 21, we were all given a professional growth opportunity by Ms. Cairns and Ms. Waters, which was if any of our teachers in our district wanted to earn the authorization, either the B-clad, the BLA, or there were 3 of them, which I know our district does look, when we're screening applicants, we are asking for either one of those credentials or authorizations. Unfortunately, we didn't have any takers in our district. So other school districts, they're giving stipends for their teachers who are in their dual immersion classes, anywhere ranging from $1,500 stipend to 3% of your salary. So when we're talking about negotiations and the need to negotiate, we've been asking, we got to negotiate. Well, this is a perfect example of what happens because we didn't. So again, it's a very sad thing to have to talk about the suspension of the DLI and not having credentialed teachers because we're not negotiating a competitive salary for our teachers. So I got.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. And I apologize, I forgot to mention in the opening that unfortunately Superintendent Vacar is not here, and the reason is that over the weekend she contracted COVID. And so she is in quarantine right now. Probably the earliest that she will be coming back is Friday. So wishing her the best in her recovery. But in her absence, we have Assistant Superintendent Allard helping to support and answer questions as they come up, as well as Mr. Williams, Chris Williams, our interim superintendent of HR. And related to that, so Ms. Villa, I think that you had some questions about devices, Chromebooks for teachers. And I know that I'd had some passing comments with the superintendent, and I know that there was work related to that, and some of it was tied to instruction. I don't know the details of it, but I believe that there's a purchase going on, and I don't know, Ms. Allard, if you have any information, not to put you on the spot. It may be something that Superintendent Vacar has been working separately, but I think that she brought up an issue of teachers and Chromebooks.
What she shared in her report is correct, that due to the new adoption for K-5 and 6-8 ELA, those new Common Core adoptions have a digital platform to them, and we knew that the current Chromebooks that they had would not be able to suffice or get on the digital platform to provide the student materials. So we started providing new Chromebooks to those teachers first.
So those teachers first, and then I guess we'll just have to get a follow-up information about if there's a continued rollout. I'm sure there is, I just don't know the details of it.
Yeah, I believe there's going to be an upcoming IT report regarding that soon.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so do we have anybody here from CSEA? Okay, anybody here from NUMA? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, President Hill, the Board of Trustees, and our wonderful community members. The Newark Management Association is back and prepared for another fantastic year of learning and leading. Our members spent the summer recharging and rejuvenating to prepare themselves to return to their campuses. We spent time reconnecting with our families, traveling, and much needed time away from our school sites. Campuses were spruced up while we were gone, and we are excited to welcome students back on campus this Thursday. Our highlights for this 2023-24 school year is we have a NUMA board. I'm happy to announce Christy Palomino, our principal of Coyote Hills Elementary School, as our NUMA president. Our NUMA secretary this year is Jody, and our administrative assistant in business services, and I will be continuing as your treasurer. This past Saturday, our current president, Christy, and myself attended a leadership retreat to be able to help guide our NUMA members on a wonderful, fantastic 24-25 school year. On behalf of NUMA, we want to wish everyone in NUSD a fantastic school year and continued good health. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. So, and by the way, we have a translator in the back for those people and her name is Ms. Suarez. And so if you are not a native speaker of English and you need language support, just let us know and she will come up and support you. And with that, first person for public comment on non-agenda items, Mr. Anderson, Jeff Anderson.
Greetings, board, families, teachers, staff, and admin. I'm here because on Friday morning at 8:30 a.m., an email went out to New York Unified staff indicating that the DLI had been canceled.
Excuse me, can we start the clock?
Can I get that time back?
Sure.
Thank you. Sure. Then at 10:30, the email went out to the entire community. Last year, we fought very, very hard to keep this program. We had board members come to Schilling and look us in the eye and tell us that there were no plans or discussions of canceling this program. You saw these discussions, these heated democratic debates in this space. And this board decided to wait till Friday before school started. The statement that we got was that the DLI had been suspended for a year and that we would look into it next year because of B-clad teachers. There's also a lot of misinformation that is coming from the district about this program. In fact, almost no one on this board knows more about this DLI program than I do. When I talked with President Hill last year face-to-face, I asked President Hill to read this document. This document clearly discusses the research that shows that test scores are not, they are deficit for the first 3 to 5 years in a well-run program. I will never say that this program has been well-run, not for lack of trying from our staff and admin, but from lack of support. So the statement that we have low test scores, and thus that means we must cancel it, there is 30 to 40 years of research that I asked this board to become aware of, and I was told that's not the board's problem. We don't get into that level of details. We leave it to our staff. But you let go of that staff, and you never ask that staff for that guidance. The statement about B-clad teachers reminds me of an insurance company that hires a thug to come into my house and break my leg so I can no longer walk. And then when open enrollment comes, that insurance company tells me, I'm sorry, you have a pre-existing condition. We cannot support you. Over and over and over again, you have decided not to support this program, to undermine it, to give it other priorities. And I think that's because this is at Schilling. I never would imagine, in fact, I would challenge each of you, would you have done this to Kennedy? I don't think so. I'm really, really saddened by this. My kids are going to be fine. They will always have been fine. We are out of this district into another space. But there is a bunch of kids at Schilling that are not in this space right now, whose parents will never come here because they're working over, whose kids' lives will be forever affected by this decision. When I have come to this space, I came for them. This to me is unacceptable. It was disrespectful to wait till Friday beforehand. You could have told us this in May if B-clad was such a big deal, but I think you didn't because you didn't want to deal with the democratic process. You didn't want to look us in our eyes and hear what we had to say. I'm so sorry for this, and I wish the best to our Schilling students. I have always been here for students and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, so Rahul Malik.
Hello? that's kind of a hard act to follow, so I don't know if I'll need the full 3 minutes, but board, my lovely community, I'm here before you today to talk about the loss of the DLI program. I'm a parent of my son Veer, who went through the kinder program last year, and we signed a contract expecting that our commitment to keep him in that program for a number of years will be met with equal support from this board and from this community. And I think more so that we were treated with a certain amount of respect. Being notified the Friday before school starts is very disrespectful. It gave parents no time to make the right decision for their kids. It makes it impossible with schools that are now full to potentially pursue alternatives. Furthermore, we had a town hall last night at Schilling. And one of the things that we were shocked to find out is that the pursuit of B-clad teachers may not have been successful, but there were multiple alternative authorizations that we were not confidently pursuing. It is hard as a parent to believe that we did everything we could here. It's hard to look at this board and have in good faith that the program was intended to be supported. Because if we did everything we could, and if we were honoring the parents, we would have kept them in the process. We would have been transparent with how things were going. We would have let them make the right decisions for their kids. And we know that the program has its challenges. We know it's hard to staff. And I think we are expecting to be met with solutions, to be met with options, not to be met with a cancellation, or rather, to be more specific, a suspension that's going to be hard to recover from. Now, I would encourage you to really reach out to the parents of this program. Really do the repair work for the damage it's done. Because this isn't how you treat your community. This isn't how you treat the people that elect you to these positions. And this isn't what our kids deserve. I had to explain to my son last night why his program will not continue and why he will not be learning Spanish this year in the manner that it was last year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Ms. Carrillo?
Good evening. I feel like I'm having a serious case of deja vu here. I'm wondering why is it that any time our community is upset and wants answers, the superintendent mysteriously becomes ill? I wouldn't be surprised if Ms. Vakar goes on medical leave, then retires just like her pal Penny. At the city event on April 27, several volunteers from the parents and Schilling staff group worked the Schilling booth to create community awareness around DLI because the district does not advertise the program. Ms. Vakar visited our booth and we had a surprisingly pleasant conversation where we discussed how the community can partner with the district to make the program successful. She agreed the program takes time to develop and yield results, was in desperate need of a program coordinator, which was fired by her predecessor, and resources, which were gutted for the program. However, the Friday before school starts, an email went out alerting parents that the DLI program has been suspended. Interesting play on words here, so you can continue to collect money from the state. This is manipulative language to give families hope that the program will return, but once again, the district will overpromise and underdeliver. You have no intention of resuming the program. They are just trying to pacify the community. It obviously works since we have not a lot in attendance tonight. Families are now not allowed to transfer their students back to their home schools. This is blatantly cruel. They are not choosing to leave the program. It has been eliminated. It was a battle to get the program voted on and approved, and now it's okay for two people to get in a room and decide to cancel the program. This is unethical and actually illegal. The same thing happened with eliminating the MCA program at Newark Memorial. Did you ask the community what they actually want? Nope, just a few people on a power trip get in a room and make a decision that impacts the community. So why did President Hill have a little tantrum about the lack of community input and outreach in front of the track and field vendor? Oh, that's right, he only follows the rules and procedures when it supports his agenda. The district is hemorrhaging money, and you continue to push families, including my own, we've moved out to another district, and staff to other districts, and private schools, because of decisions like this. Had you read the DLI survey results, over 100 that we collected, or the endless research on the benefits of dual immersion, you would have realized the community wants a successful DLI program. I find it laughable that Aiden blames my fellow mean girls and our brethren for losing staff and enrollment. No, you did that on your own. Teachers and staff are going to districts where they feel supported, can attend community meetings without fear of retaliation, and receive medical benefits. What a concept. Families are leaving because, as much as you say in your fake speech about that our voices matter, they don't. You have successfully sunk your own ship and the opportunity to have Bayshore's families join NUSD. Our voices and concerns don't matter, but votes do. Let's work together as a community to vote out the incompetence and corruption that are plaguing NUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. Mr. Garcia, Ms. Alejandra Garcia.
Lo voy a decir en español. She's gonna read it in Spanish first and then I'll translate.
Sure.
Buenas noches, soy mamá de Shirley y tenía a mi hija inscrita en el programa de DLI. El viernes pasado nos avisaron de última hora que el programa iba a ser suspendido. Todo el año pasado veníamos a estas juntas para insistir que apoyen el programa y el presidente Hill y la superintendente juraban que no iba a pasar nada con el programa. Ahora, unos días de empezar la escuela, se suspende el programa, luego hacen una junta para el propósito del presidente Hill ha sido cancelar el programa desde antes que empezó y ahora lo hizo realidad. Estas acciones no muestran respeto a las familias ni que les importa la educación de los estudiantes. Los niños del programa de DLI están sufriendo, incluyendo a mi niña. Porque ahora tenemos que buscar otra escuela que nos acepte, por eso no está garantizado. Esta mesa directiva y esa administración no merecen estar aquí. Nuestros estudiantes merecen a alguien que los apoye y actúe para mejorar su educación, no para que la perjudiquen.
Ella, buenas noches. Well, I'm speaking Spanish. I don't know Spanish. Good night. I'm Shilling's student mother, and she had her daughter enrolled in the DLI program, and last Friday she was told that it was canceled last minute. All last year they were all supporting the program, and the President Hill and superintendent, they were saying that it was going to happen. Necesito que me pueda hacer más, que sé que costaba si lo puedo hablar más, que está muy chiquito. Okay, así no, entonces, bueno, está bien. Just when the school started, they suspended the program. The purpose of President Hill has been to cancel this program since the beginning, and now actually has been a reality. These actions do not show respect to the families that support the education and the students. The students of these programs, DLI, have suffered because now they have to look for an alternative school that would accept them, and that's not guaranteed. These board of the directors and the administration do not deserve to be here. Our students deserve somebody who can support them and act on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Okay, so we're now moving on to public comment on agenda items. So we have 12.2 Resolution 2425.03. And so, Mr. Anderson, you can speak now if you'd like, or you can wait. You wanted to speak now? Come on up.
This is about the bond that you all are seeking to pass. I love giving money to schools. It's one of the things that makes my heart warm. When we first mentioned this, I think I came to this meeting and asked you all to look into this. I thought you probably had been doing this before I mentioned that, but I was very excited about this. I'm still excited about it. I'm still excited about the idea of getting money for the high school. I love the idea that our staff get full benefits. I'd love to see 10% more in payments to our NTA members than what's offered in Fremont so that we can recruit and retain the best teachers. I absolutely love the idea of voting for a bond, but I can tell you that you have lost my trust. This leadership, I do not believe, is interested in democracy, transparency, or community input. And that breaks my heart because I don't want to punish our students and our teachers for the decisions of our board. And I'm in a hard spot. As long as some of our members here, not all of them, but as long as you sit here, I do not trust that you will do right with the money that I vote for, with my tax money. You have not done right. And I would ask every staff member and teacher, and I don't know what the status of the track is. I remember last year we were on track and then it got derailed in the same way that our DLI has. Do you like the way that you are being treated in this district? Do you trust these people with your money? I do not. I'm happy to vote for this bond, and I would also say that President Hill and Karina Plancarte are up for re-election. I personally will be voting for Austin Block and Gabriel Angrial, I forget how to pronounce his last name, Gabriel, to replace these people, because I do not believe that this board will do what they say they're going to do with this money. So I would encourage every member of our community, if you don't like what you see and you don't like how you're being treated, vote. Get your shoes on, talk with each other, campaign. Be united in this. I don't want to punish our school district and our students for the decision of people who do not look at this as a democratic space. Simultaneously, I do not trust these people with my money. So I would encourage every single voter out there, vote in November, replace this board, and get this bond where it should be.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, so that ends the section on public comment. We're now going to move on to superintendent report. And since our superintendent is not here, I'm not sure if she has provided any additional messages that either of our assistant superintendents need to pass along at this point.
I have a couple of updates.
Okay, please.
So one thing is I want to speak Mrs. Vakar to talk about recruiting. So staff has just finalized over 70 hires within the last 3 months. We've gotten to several universities to help recruit. We have several PIPs, STIPs, probationary zero internships, probably about 27 of them. So when we look at different options, we're open to whatever we can do to help out programs. As you guys know, Karen presented last night that there's over 83 DLI positions open in the state of California at this point. We may have a belief in the program, but we don't have the people coming in. It makes it very challenging. We went to universities. We do post our positions nationally as well as statewide. Obviously did not suffice the need of what we have on positions that are available in specialized distinguished areas such as DLI. But to look at where we're at, over 82 hires this year within the last 3-month period of time. A lot of work. First time we've been fully staffed from special ed standpoint. First time we've been fully staffed by certificated administrative and support staff with our TOSAs or our science positions, PE positions. And it's first time that we have one elementary spot open, and the only reason we haven't, we have lost teachers that were coming in for DLI, to make this for the record, that left our district after signing a contract or close to going to another district because of healthcare. So that's a huge nexus as well. When you're making the same amount of money or $5,000 or $10,000 more. We had a recruit that just came in yesterday that I brought in from Fresno State University, had 2 job opportunities in the same day, took the one with the healthcare and equal cost because it's a $12,000 stipend for them. So there's a need when you're looking at culture. There's no doubt the points you guys are making are very valid, but it's also a culture of excellence and an expectation to continue to build programs and having somewhere people want to be, right? We had over 60 teachers that left the district last year, okay, and the year before, and there's a consistency with that until we are able to create a culture of excellence and moving forward where we actually start looking at it, where it's not a funny thing, and you actually start working together as a team and actually look at your freaking moral obligation about what we're doing for kids, because this isn't about my agenda or their agenda. It's about doing what's right for our kids as we're coming through here. And I think if we actually come together and start working together for where we need to be, we're going to make a lot more progress on getting to the end result rather than pushing against each other and having resistance and trying to begin to that collaborate. So I respect what you said on it. We have been working as assiduously as possible to get to a point to educate kids in the classroom and really look at that moral obligation of what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. By the way, I don't do this for you. I don't do it for you. I don't even do it for me, you guys. I want to help kids as our organization does. And I'll tell you, Tracy does, our board does, Karen does. All of us are here trying to get there. But you also have to remember as where we've been and where we're going, you don't end up being a world championship team overnight, right? And these are some of the issues we've had, trust in the community and collaboration that we have to get better on and really begin to focus where we're at with kids. So just my 2 cents coming in from the outside. You guys are a fantastic community with a lot of great people and great things, but we have to get our focus back on what we're here for from an organizational standpoint. And I'm talking board members to all of us, right? But working side by side and knowing I look at Joy and when I talk to her, like, this is what we're all about, you guys. Like, she's what we're living for, what we're eating for, what we're breathing for, and what we have to get back to. And I just get to that motivation of like excellence of what we all want to be about. And instead of resisting, trying to work together as a team and becoming a world-class organization. So just my few cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And Ms. Allard, were there any additional things that the superintendent wanted you to speak on?
No, I'd just like to highlight that today we had our welcome back ceremony for staff. It was held at the high school. We had an alumni student be the MC of the ceremony. The choir sang the Star Spangled Banner, which was also a highlight, and we also had the opportunity to recognize certificated and classified staff, as well as all of our administrative team. So wanted to thank also Mike Murphy, principal of the high school, who really helped behind the scenes, help us prepare for the event.
Great. And do you have a sense of how many people were there? A couple hundred, probably.
Probably a couple hundred, for sure. Yeah, lots of enthusiasm, and I think everyone's ready to start the school year.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you, Ms. Allard. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Member Lee.
Do you guys know anything about the football field, how it's coming along?
It's ahead of timeline. We're going to play 2 home games there this year. So after the second home game, we're going to do, from what I understand, after talking to Coach K last week, we're going to have the homecoming on the second game and some other special events for the first game. And then the work is supposed to start beginning the 3rd week of the season to start tearing things out. And it's usually an 8 to 10 month process to get everything done from the all-weather track to the synthetic turf. So unfortunately, we can't plan on it this year, but we want to be able to bring back the kids that are missing out this year to actually experience it next year too, as a dedication and open. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and then I heard earlier about like an MCA suspension. Is that true? Is that, no? Okay, thank you. I must have misheard it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so moving on to item 11.1, priority one, local indicator. And so purpose of this is to update the board with newly released TAMO data, an acronym. And since I'm way out of my league here, I will defer to the assistant superintendent who will explain what this is all about.
Thank you. This is just a requirement from California Department of Education that on July 12th, 2024, the California Department of Education released the 2022-2023 Teaching Assignment Monitoring Outcomes, acronym TAMO, which provides further information regarding full-time teacher equivalency data in Newark Unified School District. Since the 22-23 teaching assignment monitoring outcomes were not available when the district reported their local indicator data on June 25th, we as a district must report the 22-23 teaching assignment monitoring outcomes by full equivalency data at the next scheduled board meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Allard, any questions from the board? Number one?
Yes. On top of the report, there is, on the top, it says total teaching FTE, which is full-time employee, and how many they are, and then what is clear and out of field. Can you explain the terms up on the top?
I think I'll refer to my colleague from Human Resources.
This is the first time I've seen this, so I'm going to have to review it. I didn't know we were presenting this tonight, so thank you for the heads up, but I'll have to do the research and let you know. Do you not know the answer? Or what was the question? Like,
So I think,
Full-time FTE and
Yeah.
out of field and clear, what does that mean?
oh, I see what you're saying. So clear credentials, everyone that actually has met the mark on the credentials, so you have a 5-year window to ensure that you have completed not only at least 6 months of experience in a classroom, right? So then you are able to renew your credential every 5 years as long as you have at least 6 months in a classroom, whether it's subbing, certificated experience. Out of field could be a recruit that's coming in from the business world, that's coming into education under a certain type of PIP, STIP, which is provisional internship. STIP is a short-term internship, or you have and if you have an admin, you also have clear credentials on those as well. But if they're coming in outside the field, you can do something as we've used as ROP or designated based on their industry that allows them to come into education to be able to teach, whether it's like crime scene investigations from law enforcement to business aspects. Interns are basically people that have there's 3 different levels. There's a probationary 0, right? And then there's a PIP and STIP. So those are people that are coming in that have completed the requirements to be able to be in a classroom where you can have an emergency credential and have enrolled in a program, and the district actually has a memorandum of understanding with different universities that we commit to their growth over a 2-year window so that they can become fully qualified within that 2-year period of time on the credential. So you come in as a probe 0, you complete that first year as a probationary 0 employee, then you move to a probationary 2 as you complete the rest of and the remaining parts of the coursework. Ineffective, I'll just leave that as it is what it says. You may have somebody that comes in and they don't meet the requirements of a STIP, PIP, internship, or even a qualified full school year up to the 75th percentile day, which is 136 and a half days. The incomplete is sometimes people come into the education program and they don't finish their credential, and then are not qualified to be in a classroom for any longer of a period of time than that 29 to 30 days on their emergency credential. The unknown, that's why it's called unknown, because I don't know what that one is, but it's unknown. Yeah, so we have 0, so that's good. But again, they're different qualifications, and you'll see more as we come back. When you have them down, they'll be listed as secondary teacher. They'll have a PIP, STIP, or intern 0, so that we know what qualifications are. It also has a huge impact on things to do with not only being highly qualified within an organization, but also when you get into seniority list, hire dates, timing, what credentials are in case there ever has to be a reduction in force, but it all falls hand in hand. Hopefully that clarifies.
Thank you so much. And looking at the total reports, it looks like we're aligned with Alameda County, the rest of Alameda County, so that's good. Thank you.
and just a clarification. So my sense is that the purpose of this report is to validate that you have properly credentialed teachers in the classroom. And so, but there are various categories. I mean, either you meet it, you're properly credentialed, or there's various reasons why you don't meet it. And so that's the segregation there. And then there's a percentage, and I don't know whether there's some threshold that we have to meet. And I did see that there's obviously differences by school. But, and again, not to put everybody on the spot, since this is something that the superintendent might normally speak to, but if you know any additional detail around that, that would be great. Okay, we will.
Clarify your question. 'Cause
Well, so the question is there some minimum that we have to meet, either as an overall district or at an individual school, before, I don't know, like a Williams Act violation or something happens?
Once you're qualified through the county and the university and the district, okay, there's not a stipulation that you have to be at a greater percentage as. Usually districts are going to shoot for an 80% or higher that are fully qualified underneath there, and there's no penalty as long as they meet the basic necessities and needs to become a probationary zero, intern, PIP, or STIP. So there's no penalty. Now, if we were hiring people on 30-day credentials, like emergency credentials, they cannot work in a classroom more than 30 consecutive days, or then you have issues, and you also have credential issues that have to be reported to CTC. So.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to new business. So 12.1, facility survey update presented by Bonnie Moss. So is Ms. Moss here in person? She is. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Actually, I am going to fly through that piece.
Okay. And then just to check, so do you have a presentation that we need to?
Extremely brief.
Okay.
Right? Yes,
Okay,
there
great.
it is. I see it. Great. Yes, this is intended, good evening. Let me just stop for a minute. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to be here. Thank you, President Hill. And I want to give a special shout out to your two board members, Board Member Wen and Board Member Plancarte, who've been part of our bond subcommittee. And they have been thought partners with me all the way through. I want to thank you for your thought partnership. And I also want to thank our wonderful superintendent, who I have great respect for, because she is a thought partner, has been a thought partner with me all the way through this process. And I will say that she has been available anytime, day, night, weekends, and I've very much appreciated that. And so I'm going to be very brief, but I'm hopeful that what I have to share is informative for the next discussion that I believe is coming, which is a discussion about a potential bond. So let's jump in. First slide. Oops. Yeah, back one, please. Oops, there we go. All right, so we have been working along a very deliberate timeline in this process. You all have said yes to a process that has been proven with districts up and down the state to essentially first listen to the community, and especially the community of voters, and also to engage parents and to be thinking strategically about how your story of need is playing out in the community, how it's impacting schools, how it's impacting students, et cetera. So we've been following this plan. Part of the process was to conduct a statistically valid survey of voters. And I'm happy to talk with any of you offline and bring all the details of that very extensive study conducted by a firm called Godby Research, which is one of the best in the state. And I will just say this, that the research is highly predictive, highly predictive. I've been doing this work for 25 years. And in that first phase, the purple and blue phase, that's when we conducted the survey this spring. At the beginning, we ask a question of the voter. And by the way, this survey is conducted among 400 likely voters from your community. And it also matches exactly the turnout we expect to show up in the election. And one of the fantastic opportunities here is that we put forth a ballot package question that is based on what we call a no tax rate increase extension, meaning an extension on the authorization that you already have, not an increase or a new tax rate on top of that. And as we did that in what we call, there's two different ballot question periods in the survey. At the beginning, the support that was there was about 58, 59%, 58.5%. And of course, you need 55% for passage of a school bond. And then we were able to see what kinds of messages move people to the yes column. What kinds of, when they hear about your needs, when they hear about the features of the measure. And so I'm happy to go over that and share that in any detail, but the most important thing to remember is that the messages around story of need, really what you know your needs to be and what we know has to be addressed in a potential bond, things like removing hazardous materials, asbestos, lead pipes in older schools, upgrading classrooms and labs and technology and engineering for math and for instruction, providing modern career training facilities for students who are looking at those in-demand jobs that may not require them going to a complete college or university, bringing all schools in the district up to the same standards for teaching and learning excellence, repairing outdated, deteriorating classrooms, labs, libraries, school facilities, and all of the building systems that go in them. All of those things actually polled really well. And that is, in my opinion, that is really good news to say that when your voters hear about that story of need, we believe they will be open to considering this potential bond package that will be coming to you shortly. And with that said, we also we tested all kinds of messages up and down and sideways, and still by the end of the survey, we were above the 55% line. We're at around 57%. And I want to share that with you because there are many districts across the state right now that didn't have that kind of result. But if we are able to tell this story of need in a way that really is honest and candid and meets voters where they are and speaks to them according to what we've learned in the poll, we should be successful. It will take an all hands on deck effort, but I was encouraged by those results, even though it's going to take hard work. I'm here to be honest and candid, and this is what we see across the state. But what we don't see here that I'm happy about is we don't see in our polling and in our research that you fall off a cliff when you're very honest with people about the need. So with that said, can we go to the next slide? We have been talking with our board subcommittee. We've been talking with the superintendent about how we can tell that story of need honestly, with integrity, and also using the research that we've conducted on behalf of the district. And so you can see in that visual, there's lots of different ways that we have found that are very effective to speak to voters and parents, whether it's online activity or literally door-to-door activity, phone banking. You've all run for office, so you know what that feels like. And in this case, it's simply about also talking about a bond measure that doesn't have a tax rate increase. And so we know that that is coming, but we decided, hey, let's pre-test that. And so next slide. we've produced, there it is, we produced a mailer that went to all voter households and also through Parent Square to all parents. And we're still analyzing the results that came from that, but lots of really good feedback. Lots of good feedback, and that is the process. We've got to listen and respond and listen and respond. And so with the superintendent, I will be working with her as we move through August into September to show those folks who have responded, who actually completed the response card or completed the online survey and told us what they thought, that we want to get back to them and acknowledge that we've heard them. And at the same time, we're listening to this, and guess what? The feedback coming from your community matched the feedback that we saw in the poll, which again, to me, is very affirming and confirming that if we tell our story of need, and if we're honest, and if we really say the need is great, and here are the kinds of things we're talking about, we have a greater chance to be successful. Okay, next slide. There we go, almost. Okay, so we've been moving against a very specific calendar, but I'll tell you right now, we are at a point where you're going to need to make a decision tonight. And so we're at that action point. I will tell you that the feedback we've heard from the community is consistent with the feedback we've heard in the research. And so now, coming before you tonight is going to be a package, and I believe our colleagues are here via Zoom. They might be in the Zoom waiting room, but they are here tonight. Katie Dobson, your bond counsel, who's the legal expert in this process, and Adam Bauer, who is the financial advisor for the district, completely driven with integrity, and my favorite financial advisor, because I always know what he says I can trust and believe. And so they are here tonight to bring you through this process. If the board chooses to vote tonight to put a measure on the ballot, that will trigger the district filing for that measure with the registrar of voters by Friday, the 9th. So this is all going to come very quickly. And that will trigger what we call arguments and rebuttals, where the community can file an argument, and we would be active in that process, where signatories sign a statement. It becomes the statement for voting yes. And of course, if there's opposing folks out there, they can file something too. And then that might trigger rebuttals, but the entire process starts moving very quickly toward November 5th. And so, next slide. I believe this is our last slide. We're about to head into campaign season. Some of you are up for election. Probably a number of you have been active in other campaigns. This is where you're headed as a board if you choose to put a measure on the ballot. And that process will look similar to your candidate campaigns. However, it's about a ballot measure, not about a candidate, and it's about the story of need. And so one of the things that I'm very pleased to be working with your superintendent on is sharing that story of need in very informational terms that is not only legal, it is responsible, and it is becoming more and more common where school districts will share information about a ballot measure that is on the ballot, but they cannot persuade. So they cannot say vote yes. They can say this measure's on the ballot. Here's what its goals are. Here's what it's here to do. Here's what a yes vote means. Here's what a no vote means. So it's that kind of information that we're going to be striving, if you put a measure on the ballot, that we'll be working with the superintendent to help provide as we move through August and into the beginning of September. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know there's probably lots of discussion that you all want to have, and I want to make sure that our other two experts are here to be resources to you as well.
Great, thank you, Ms. Moss. Questions from the board? Member Wen?
Thank you so much, Bonnie, for all your hard work and being a thoughtful partner in this whole process. I just really appreciate all of the work, enthusiasm that you have, and your years of experience. It makes it a lot easier for us to be able to go through this process with you, and you have always been available to us and helping us understand the whole process. So I really value you, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. It's been a privilege, and as much as we feel like we might be coming to the end of that process, we're actually just at the beginning of another one, I think. Thank you. I'm here if there are questions.
Any other questions?
I also wanted to say thank you. It was super duper clear. Like, I could understand it so clearly. So I just want to say thank you also.
Awesome. I wish I had that recorded. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Ms. Moss, I have two questions.
Yes.
So you talked about the fact that all the work that you've done is you, based on your experience, highly predictive. And so essentially there's two components, right? So there's the Godby research, the poll, but then I think what you're talking about is that there have been some informal discussions that have been happening that you're seeing are validating the poll questions. Am I understanding that correctly?
We did send a mailer, and
Okay.
we did get feedback, and the feedback has been in alignment with our polling research.
Okay, great. And then just two more questions, and the first one is, so do we know what the number of registered voters is in Newark? It's around 30,000, right?
I think it's more like 25.
25.
But I have my computer here, I can get that for
Okay,
you.
and then just out of curiosity, because I think you're also anticipating a turnout, and I believe that when I was looking at the Godby research, that I think that they were expecting a turnout initially of somewhere between 15 and 20,000. I'm just curious if that's been refined at all. So that's question one. And question two is, on the Godby research findings, they list out the questions, and then they have this sort of bar chart, and then they make it into a numerical score. And what I'm understanding, because it's a little wonky, right, the way it's explained,
Yes.
but my understanding is that anything above the value of 1 indicates that it's a persuasive message, right? That's something that they really care about. Whereas anything that's below 1, it's maybe, not, there's not as strong a feeling. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, that's in a nutshell, yes. And I'm looking at it right now. And for everybody else, the format that you're describing, the 1 point, above 1 point or below 1 point, can also be matched by the voter percentages who answered the question a certain way or rated it a certain way. And these numbers turn out to be in the 70+% range if they're above
Okay, great.
1.
Okay.
So, and to your question about turnout, we are constantly looking at that. But as you all know, this is a presidential general election that we're headed into. That is I like to call it the mother of all turnout elections. It is the highest turnout election that you can have because people want to step up and vote for president. And I think now, especially since we're seeing a lot of activity nationally that is creating lots of new things across the nation, that turnout is going to be I would suspect, in at least the 70% range here. I have those numbers again with me tonight, but 70 to 80%, it's going to be very, very high. The highest you've seen in recent years.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions? Okay, so thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd just like to discuss a little bit about the resolution, and I know that there was some feedback.
Hold on, that's the next item. Yep.
Sorry.
So she's just giving her
See, we do need to have that training that we discussed.
I'm just here to set the table, and I see that's where you're headed. But thank you, and I'm right here.
Okay, so thank you for setting the table. And so we're going to now go to the next item, 12.3, which is citizens bond 12.2, Resolution 242503 to authorize the issuance of general obligation bonds, establishing specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on November 5th, 2024. And so it's my understanding, I have not been close to this process, obviously Member Plancarte and Member Wen, along with Ms. Moss and the team and Tracy, or Superintendent Vicar, have been very close to it. But my understanding is that after lots of discussion, et cetera, that there has essentially been a proposal, a bond proposal language that we need to feel comfortable with, and that ultimately, if we vote to approve this in some form, that is what will then be submitted to the Register of Voters, and then that, at least some of it, will be going on the actual ballot itself. And so I think it's our job now that if there are things that we want to discuss in terms of this language, and actually my understanding is that there has been like some kind of back and forth. Do we need to talk about, do we need to have the lawyers come in and provide a little bit of additional detail? Ms. Moss, I think.
One thing I'm checking on is, I think we're trying to check to see if sound is here, if we've got sound. Okay, I'm seeing yes.
Sound is working.
Now it's working. I just heard Adam. Great.
Okay.
So they are here,
Okay.
Adam and Katie, and even though I can't see them, Adam, can you see us?
No, we cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Great.
Okay.
We'll have this conversation. Katie, are you there?
I'm here.
Beautiful. So for everybody in the room, Katie is the lawyer and Adam is our financial advisor. And I would recommend in this case that we have Katie set some context for all of you about the legal issues and the package options that you have to set an opening for board discussion and action. And Adam is here too to talk about the financials.
Perfect. And then do they have presentations, or are they just going to verbally describe the situation?
I think it's just verbal. Am I
Okay.
right, Katie and Adam?
That's correct.
Okay, so everybody should have, Katie, I'm going to let you talk because we can hear you loud and clear. And Adam is here, and if there are questions that come from the board, or I can be helpful in saying, that one should go to Adam, or that one should go to Katie, I'm happy to do that.
Great. So Katie, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Bonnie. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there in person with you, but I'm happy to be joining you. What you have before you this evening is a resolution calling a bond election for November in the amount of $205 million for capital facilities of the district. And as it's been alluded to, just over the weekend, we had some additional input. And so these changes that I'm discussing now are not reflected in the resolution that was agendized, but I believe that you all have a marked copy of the changes that we made. And essentially...
So hold on a second. So Ms. Lemus, do you have copies of this for us? Okay, great. Hold on one second. She's going to pass these out.
And just so that we're clear, the amendments were not made by the subcommittee. So it was not made by Karina or myself. These were amended recommendations, or, well, amended for us to consider by Interim Superintendent Bakar. And she had worked with 2 community members on this, and I have my opinions on that, so I'll state it later, but I just want to make it clear that these are not input suggestions made by Member Plancarte and myself. Thank you.
Go ahead, Katie. I think they have their copies.
Great. So I will start with all of you on the first page. We have a new whereas clause that you should see highlighted in blue. And that states an intent to prioritize existing facilities needs rather than certain other things, which I will get to. But that's the basic intent, is that we have split this into 80-20. So at least 80% of the bond proceeds must be spent on certain items,
and then the remaining 20% can be spent on others. And if you could all flip with me to page A4 of the resolution. So you're going to pass the signature page. Appendix A is the full text of the bond measure. All of this will be printed in the voter information guide, should you adopt a resolution tonight, and will be made available to voters. And the most important part of that starts on page A3. That's the bond project list. And the second page of A3 has a new section, no more than 20% of the proceeds will be spent to acquire, construct, or relocate new school sites or facilities for district administrative offices or for maintenance and transportation facilities. So that is the second option before you this evening.
So, is there any additional information? I'm sorry, Katie, what's Katie's last name?
So,
Dobson. So Ms. Dobson or Mr. Bauer, is there any additional information that you think would be helpful for the board to understand before we deliberate?
Good evening, board. This is Tracy Vicar. I apologize for not being there in person, but I think you explained earlier to the community what's going on. I will do my best to try to get through part of this presentation, but I felt it was important for me to chime in. So a little bit about the resolutions. The first resolution that was before you this evening that was actually in your board packet is definitely the most, when it's tied closest to local control, right? So it allows for a little bit more liberal interpretation. And local control is a piece that I know I have advocated for a long time in my career time to ensure that boards and communities have that opportunity to be able to make decisions without having, extra added elements to it. With that said, though, and if you look at the data that was provided both in the GOBI survey as well as our facilities survey, one of the concerns is about public oversight, right, and making sure that we're spending money where we should spend it. And so I think the community members that came to me and asked me if I would consider looking at some alternative language, the purpose of looking at the alternative language early was to make sure that we had something to be able to present to you tonight, if that was a consideration that was to come forward, and if those community members were to speak on this particular issue. So it was important to me that we actually be prepared and be ready, which is why you have the alternative language that's sitting there. Ultimately, both get to what we need to have done, just so you know, and I think it's a debate between the board as to which language they prefer, and I most definitely understand, and I want to thank and appreciate both members Nguyen and Plancarte for their work on this, but we all agreed that we would be listening as well to the community, and that if there was anything that we needed to do, that we would make sure that we were prepared for it. So that's really where the alternative language came from over the weekend, was to try to be able to address that and mitigate that. As a district administration, I can live with either one. I will say the restriction on the second request that we received from the community does restrict us just a little bit more over the next 30 years. Just so it's something to consider, right? So, I mean, those restrictions can also, if you didn't go with those restrictions and you're stuck with the regular language, the board most definitely could at any time craft board policy or administrative regulations around how spending is done for that oversight. And you may need to do that, a 30-year time period to be able to utilize this bond. A lot will change over the next 30 years. I won't be here during that 30-year time period for the entire time frame. But it's something that I would want other boards to be able to weigh in on based on whatever kind of conditions that they were seeing that was relevant to the community's input at that time. We also know that we have a couple of properties that we need to pay some attention to. We've got music and we've got snow that have closed, right? We will have to make some alternative plans for those here in the very near future. If we do something with music, we're going to have to relocate the district office. That's going to take some expenditure to be able to do that. We also have some other facility needs that we probably need to think about for the future. Over at maintenance and operations, we have some underground gas tanks and fuel tanks that need to be reviewed for EPA standards. And at some time, we may have to do some kind of a cleanup with those if we are no longer able to comply. So just some things to consider when you are looking at this language as to which one you would go with. Again, staff could live with either one. In my own professional opinion is I still believe that the first resolution is still probably the strongest resolution that gives the most flexibility and most local control.
Thank you, Superintendent. And then Mr. Bauer, do you have anything additional that you feel is pertinent, relevant?
The only thing I'd add is when you're looking for that, the most flexibility and also what the voter survey was supportive of, one of the things that's really important is when you do general obligation bonds, that's your local funding. And then while the state would like it to be considered 50% funding, I've already told you it never is. But it's still a double-digit type number towards your projects. And one of the concerns that we have is by going with an alternative language, there may be some restrictions on qualifying for state money if a facility is ever deemed new construction or things like that. And so that's just one example where there could be some limitations with this type of language going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. So, Board, I think it's now our turn to discuss the two proposals before us, and if there are concerns or people feel that they want to advocate for certain things, or maybe even add something, could be a little dangerous at this point, but it's now our work to decide how we're going to address this. So I'll open the floor.
I'd
Member
like to go
Thomas?
first.
Oh, please.
I just have a question for our experts, and I really appreciate the community input here, and I understand where that comes from. It comes from really building that trust back from the leadership and the board and with the community, and as we know, we are building back. So I understand the request to include additional language that allots a certain percentage to what is required now in order to get our facilities up to where they need to be, where they're safe. That is one of our goals. Safety is one of our goals, and a lot of our sites, they are in such dire need. But I also understand that this really does restrict us, and one of the things that we've become privy to as a board, and I'm not sure if we've discussed this before, but our IT server really needs some attention. It is my understanding that it's on its last legs, and that truly is our central brain of our district. And if our IT server room goes out and we don't make the necessary repairs because we don't have money, then we're in big trouble. So my question to the experts is, has there ever been a resolution that indicates the percentage distribution of how the bond funds are going to be allocated? And really, what can go wrong if we do include a resolution that does include the percentages and that limits us to what we can do for existing versus new, or not, if we don't go this route?
Yes, this is Katie Dobson. I am not aware of another bond measure that includes these percentage restrictions. And Adam mentioned one example of how that could tie the district's hands in the future. My preference is always to give the district the most flexibility possible, while of course giving full transparency to voters. And so I think it's in the district's best interest with respect to things that may come up in the future, circumstances may change, to go with the language that you have agendized this evening.
And Adam, do you want to add to that?
I agree with that. The most flexibility and also supportive of what the survey showed, I believe is the best option for the district.
Member Thomas, did you have some questions or comments?
I think Ms. Plancarte asked my question concerning what other districts and other bond issues have done. And I think it's always good to look at the standards that other districts and that have been successful have done.
Okay. Member Jones?
I think I guess my question is, there were some public comments that were made about the board having basically total control over this. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there is a community oversight team so that honestly, the board can't run amok, so to speak. Because we are working with community members and there has to be agreement with those members and the board, and it is a give and take. And so from that standpoint, if that is true, that because we do have a community oversight, I'm more in favor of the flexibility of the first one because that does give it does give the most flexibility, yet there are still parameters because we are working as a team with the community.
So let
Is
me
that
just,
my understanding?
your understanding is correct, but we also have Katie Dobson here to address that. You're referring to Proposition 39, which is the state law that guides this process. And so, Katie, can you just highlight for the board the requirements on the citizens' oversight? Because that piece does play into this and is required by law.
That's right. So Proposition 39 bonds require an independent citizens oversight committee of at least 7 members. Each member has a different qualification, which is set forth in the statute. But those 7 people who are completely independent receive no financial benefit from the district directly or indirectly. They meet and they review the money that the district spends on projects, and they check that those are authorized expenditures. And by authorized, that means checking against the project list, which is what we were just looking at in Appendix A of the resolution, to make sure that every project that the district spends bond money on ties back to that project list. And that's their role. So they can give feedback. However, prioritization and project decisions do lie entirely with the board. If the board, as you said, runs amok and starts spending money on things that are not authorized, then the committee has a duty under the law to alert the public immediately and to take legal action so that those funds would be enjoined, essentially. But they do not advise the board on how to spend money. They're a post-expenditure review committee.
Member Jones?
So I have a follow-up question to that. If that is the case that I'm understanding correctly, just personally, if I was to vote for the second one that was put in front of us tonight with the blue and red changes, I would propose a different percent. Perhaps a 70-30 or a 65-35 to give more flexibility, but also more control.
So if I can just for 1 second, the flexibility, the 80% right now is the majority of the projects. And so you would have more flexibility in that respect. Yes, so and the control, the district would have a larger amount of money to spend on the smaller list.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And also, just so everybody is clear, the oversight committee, as we said, has certain representatives who have to be on it by law, like a parent representative, a teacher representative, a taxpayer representative, a senior representative. And one of their responsibilities is to publish annually a report to the community to say, here's what we agree has happened with the spending of these funds. And you've heard Katie Dobson talk about what happens if there's a disagreement between the board and the oversight committee, but it's that requirement to publish to the community what is happening with these funds that is required by law.
Other questions, comments from the board? I do. So, so first off, I agree that the life of the bond may extend, most likely will extend beyond the current people that are sitting up here on the board. I mean, it depends on the rate of spending. But there's a good chance that you're going to see changes in administration or whatever you want to call it. And I think also that you could potentially have some unforeseen circumstances happen. So for example, maybe there's an earthquake that, takes out something. And so I can see how you would want to have some flexibility. However, I think that one of the concerns is if we think about our own government, we think about the Constitution, we don't want to be reinventing our government every 4 years. And so the Constitution does put some constraints in place, but it's written in a way that is balanced so that there is flexibility. And I think that that's really the issue, because my sense is that there's concerns. I know that in past years, if we're just going to make it tangible, there's a development here in our community, a big development track, and there was land that was set aside. Informally, it's called Area 3. And the agreement was that the school district could access that if it were going to put a school or some kind of school facility there. And I think that there are concerns that, $200 million is not a lot of money. And if we don't have some guardrails or some constraints, then how can we, especially if we have a change of administration, how can we know that all of a sudden that money maybe gets directed in a way that doesn't align with the intent of the voters? Because I think, Ms. Moss, what you talked about in the Godby research is that there are very clear things that the voters are supporting. And they are primarily student-facing things, right? So it's like, how do we update classrooms for the 21st century? And I think that they might be disappointed if we took half of the $200 million and all of a sudden, built a brand new school during declining enrollment, or maybe we decided we were going to build a Taj Mahal of a district office. And so what are the guardrails? Because I think the challenge with the oversight committee is that in many respects they're the umpire. So they're the judge, they're going to read the language. Mm-hmm. If there aren't any restrictions in there, then they're going to have to say, well, I don't see any restrictions, so therefore I can't call it illegal, it's not illegal. Mm-hmm. So I think that really the question is how do we prevent abuse of the spending of this bond money?
That's a great question, and Katie, stand by, but I would like to just offer that here are some things to keep in your mind as you're thinking about this. Proposition 39 requires a project list. If it's not on the project list, it can't be done. If it is on the project list, there are a series of issuance of the money that have to come to you to approve. And if I'm not mistaken, Adam, most building programs on a bond usually last about 10 years.
Right.
So is that right, Adam?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so there's going to be a 10-year building program for this money. And that oversight, which is appointed by all of you, is also a place where you can be very deliberate in appointing representatives who will keep the focus where you want it. In the way that I'm hearing that there are some really strong impressions, and the community has spoken up about this. So those are things I've seen. I've also, just on the other side, all cards up from my end, I've seen well-intended boards in the 25 years I've been doing this approve a bond, pass a bond, and then something weird happens, like China buys all the steel and concrete, and so then you're not able to do certain things that you wanted to do. And I'm sure Adam and Katie, you have other examples of that. But let's, if I could turn to both of you, Katie and Adam, to give your perspective on how, as President Hill has asked, how can you keep the guardrails on this without having be even more defined as option 2 is apparently suggesting? How can you do that with option 1, given that this is happening up and down the state?
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe the superintendent mentioned previously that the board could adopt some policies and regulations around the way that it decides what projects it's going to undertake. Another thing that the board could do is create a committee, which is an advisory committee, which could include board members, oversight committee members, other members of the community and stakeholders who have an interest in this, that could also advise the board about what projects it could or should undertake as it sets its priorities. And Bonnie also made a good point that 30 years, when you're talking about 30 years, that's typically the repayment period of time for a bond, but 10 years is probably what you'll be looking at in terms of making decisions about how the money is spent.
Katie, could you clarify your idea about another committee? Would that be in addition to the oversight committee?
It would. The oversight committee is required by law, so we would keep that committee as it stands and as is required under the law. And then the board could choose to establish a separate advisory committee that it meets with before making decisions about how to spend bond funds.
Okay, that's an interesting idea. And
But I'd like to just kind of come back to this, because I don't think it's hitting the concern or fully understanding it. I think the issue is that the voters we've done outreach to the voters, and they've given us feedback, and they've given us priorities, right? And so how do we make sure that we preserve those priorities and that we don't subject them to political whim? And, and both of these situations where, the board adopts a policy or the board sets up a special committee, if the board changes, the board can undo that policy, the board can change that committee. And so again, how can we, how can we make sure, and you talk about a project list, like who defines that? When does that get defined?
that project list is embedded in the resolutions you're looking at. And so, Katie, get ready to talk about President Hill's.
The project list itself is an additional safeguard. Before Proposition 39, project lists were not required, and school districts could spend money essentially on anything they wanted to with respect to capital facilities. So this bond project list, which starts on page A3 of the resolution, sets out to voters the specific types of projects that the district intends to spend this money on. And so everything that you're going to do with this money needs to tie back to this list, as Bonnie mentioned. So that is meant to be an additional safeguard for voters and taxpayers.
While they're looking at that, Katie, can you also speak to Board Member Plancarte's question about if you have a district server room that has all the technology in it, and is that here?
Yep.
That is
so I'm
here.
looking at the improve and upgrade technology infrastructure, electrical systems, and wiring. Is that the second?
That would be the one.
That would be part of it. If, and I'm not, you're the one who wrote this, Katie, so just to confirm, if, for example, the board said, we want most of this to go to school sites. We want school sites to be the priority, not Taj Mahal. But if you have a server room, a technology hub that's at the district, would that mean that, what would that mean, Katie?
That would fall under the 80% that can be, at least 80% can be used on these projects, which would include that server upgrade.
But let me, again, because I'm looking at this language, and I can see the challenge, and I'm going to give another real example of something that happened here in Alameda County. So at one point, the government decided they put a bond initiative out there, and they basically, or I shouldn't say a bond initiative, a ballot initiative to raise the tolls on our local bridges.
Right.
And the commitment was that that money was going to be used for a Trans-Bay,
Bridge.
corridor
Yep.
right here to Silicon Valley. And it was going to be amazing, and now we didn't have to go drive over the bridge or go drive all the way around the bay, that we were going to take all this stuff. Well, the tolls got raised, but that project never developed. And I asked somebody in the political know, and I said, well, how did that happen? And they said, oh, well, the language said it can be used for this. And so as I look at the language that we see right here under school facility project list, it says, the items presented on the following list provide the types of school facility projects authorized to be financed. Specific examples included on this list are not intended to limit the types of projects described, right? So that's your out, right? And so you don't have your guardrail, right? So again, I think that these are the concerns that potentially people have.
So I'll just speak to that specific language. What that means is it's not meant to limit the type of the project. So, for example, I'm just looking at physical education facilities, the last bullet before we move into the 20%. Something like a press box, for example, could be, in a football stadium, and we didn't call out press box here. That doesn't mean that doesn't fall under that specific bullet point. These are the types of projects. It's not meant to say you can spend it on anything that you want to. The types of projects still need to tie back to this list.
But to the question, again, just trying to get it all out on the table so you, the board, can talk about where you are with it. If they wanted to ensure, because the need is so great, that the funding is not going to slip away to a Taj Mahal or other, I use that as an extreme example. And yet, is there a way to allow for flexibility because things come up that we don't know about? And here's the part where I say, this whole thing is a risk proposition, right? You've got 25,000 voters who have a chance to vote on it, so nothing is guaranteed. And what I'm seeing and hearing in the conversation is you're wanting to make sure that you can honor your promise. And what I want to make sure the experts tell you is how to do that, and also give yourself wiggle room because there's lots of uncertainty out there.
And there is a lot of uncertainty. Definitely, that's been a topic of conversation for a long time, is that, the district doesn't spend its money correctly, and that we are overlooking what needs to be repaired, and we're not addressing those needs. And so, and even with the research that you've made, and the resounding answer was that the people support this if we are focusing on updating and upgrading these facilities that are in dire need of repair. And so my concern also is the fact that if there's a change in leadership and there will be a change in boards, then that we lose sight of that. And then here we are asking the community for a bond extension that's going to take us through the next few years to make these repairs. And then we don't make these repairs. And then what happens when this bond extension goes away? Then we are again going to ask this community that already does not trust us right now to allow us more money to spend on repairs and upgrading facilities when we've been pursuing the Taj Mahal. And then how do we come back from that as a community? Because at this point, we need to collaborate, we need to work together, and we need to think about the kids first. We need to think about their spaces, and that they have to be safe. And then also our teachers, they deserve so much. They deserve that respect to have places of classrooms that are safe for them and their students.
So Katie, how do you respond to that? Because there are many opinions and impressions and desires coming from the board, And Katie is here to make sure that you can maneuver legally. So Katie, how would you respond to that?
Yes, so as I mentioned, I believe there are some safeguards in place with respect to how you spend the money. Of course, different amounts can be spent on different projects, and we don't have that level of specificity here, nor would I recommend that. I do think in the second option before you tonight, you have narrowed down only 80%, or sorry, only 20% can be spent on certain things like new schools, on administrative facilities, and on MOT. So at least 80% of this 205 million would go towards your existing schools and taking care of the items that are on this list for those existing schools.
Let me offer one thing, if I might. If you went with version 2, as somebody who's a communications and political strategist here to help, you would be focusing this next bond and your work program around this bond around repair and renovate, repair and renovate, repair and renovate, just as we've all been discussing. And really, the fantastic opportunity is to focus on that and push hard to get those projects completed with discipline, so you're delivering on that promise. And 5 to 6 years out, you're coming back to the community to say, we did this and this and this and this, as you asked, and now we need the next measure and more flexibility. And I will tell you, whether it's Fremont, New Haven, Hayward, San Leandro, there is a pattern, and the pattern is do a bond, honor your commitments, do what you said you were going to do. And yes, there is a very strong voice coming from the community saying, repair and renovate. Those are the things that are getting the top messages. And what this board could do, if you choose that option, is push really hard to get those projects done so that you can do some of these more innovative things that require new construction. That's an option, or you can take the other option.
Okay, and then member one, go ahead.
I really appreciate what Bonnie had just mentioned. I do really believe that I would definitely recommend taking the our bond counsel lawyer and our financial advisor's recommendation, because those are my questions too. What are the best practices in your recommendation? And I don't want us to limit ourselves as a district to be able to do necessary projects if there is a major unforeseen issue, and especially if there's an emergency. And if language like this restrict us, I know that $205 million may seem like a lot on the surface, but with inflation and the rising cost of everything, 205 million is not going to go that far. And what she's echoing is renovations, repair and renovations. That is definitely it. And that should definitely be the focus of this, but along with not, and being mindful that we need flexibility in order to do some other things, just in case of unforeseen stuff. And for me, that's really, really important. I don't want us to be tied down if there's restrictive language that can't get us matching dollars or anything like that. I think that's a disservice to the students and to this community, because we are so scared of what the next board may or may not do. I think that if we honor what our board policy says and uphold and continue to uphold the decisions that prior boards have made, I think that also helps rebuild trust in the community, because in the past that hasn't happened. And, myself driving to Fremont every day to work, I see, the repairs, renovations alongside new construction at their sites. And Newark is so far behind in updating the facilities and upholding what we're going to do on this list will help secure us to be able to pass consecutive bonds so that we can build. I don't really care if we don't get to build anything on that Area 3, but as long as we're able to consistently get buy-in by the community, by upholding what we promised to do, then in the future, we can set our students up and our families here in the district up for success by making sure that we are teaching in environments that are worthy of 21st century learning. So that's how I feel, and I hope that you guys feel the same way. Thank you.
Member Nguyen. Other comments or questions from the board? Member Thomas?
I have to say I appreciate Member Nguyen's and Member Plancarte's points. I also feel strongly that we have excellent, experts that are guiding us, and I always like to follow the advice of our experts. They're acting in our best interest, and that's my 2 cents.
Okay. And Ms. Parks, you submitted a speaker card. I'm imagining that you want to speak on this topic right now.
If the board will allow, since I was one of the individuals that provided some information, I thought that you would have gotten the document prior to.
Just come on up.
I'm sorry for not speaking or putting in a card earlier. I thought you would have gotten the document ahead of time. I was quite surprised to not see it attached and not see it here present. The reason myself and another community member reached out to individuals is the fact that in our position, and you know what that has been over the last, it feels like forever, 13 years, I guess, since Measure G passed. We have seen various different things. We saw the language that was on the ballot measure, which is before you, what is the proposed ballot language. We saw sitting through CBOC meetings, various different things that took place. And as a voter, you see that little blurb. And I would challenge you to look at the little blurb right now that is you're going to be approving. There is nothing in there that talks about what you have on pages A3 and A4, which says the project list, and it lists the scope of projects, various different things. And then it says furnishing and equipment of school facilities and all current and future sites and properties. The next line, talking about school facility project list. It goes on to talk about existing sites of the district and all sites that may be acquired by the district in the future. On A4, construct, modernize, renovate, and replace, and it goes through all of these different things that you're going to do. And then it includes the administrative offices, which was one thing that we really helped us with Measure G, and that you only said sites that had kids. We knew this money was going to go to the kids. It was only going to go to places where the kids were. When Whiteford closed, no more money could be spent on that site. It was a no-brainer. So that's one of the things that is in one of the bullets here. Then again on page 4, A4, acquire, construct, and relocate new schools, sites, and the facilities. Are you kidding me? With declining enrollment and 3 sites, Whiteford, Snow, and Music, sitting empty, you have language like that in here, and I know we can't predict the future. And I know you're going to have 30 years to pay it back, but you're only going to have about 8 years, because you're going to do series of bonds, probably 3, and you're going to roll them out. And so you're going to only spend money for hopefully, not long as like this one was, it got drug out, but only 8 years. So what are you going to spend, $206 million or whatever it is, I don't know, $206 million on? I mean, seriously, you're going to do all of this? As a voter, what am I looking at the potential of what you could spend? Because we ran some of this, I reached out to people and I said, please, I'm sending you the document, please read it through and what you said. They get to those pages and they're going, No, they're not wanting to give you carte blanche. They want what you have here to be fixed, not going out and acquire property. Why do you have language in there? To me, it's very deceptive when you look at the little block of what you say you're going to do, and then when you read the plethora of stuff after that, of what you could do, you're giving a lot of latitude. But that's my 2 cents and my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there additional comments or questions from the board? Go ahead, Member Jones.
I have one comment, and that is I totally agree with you about acquire. It's the last thing that we need to do. And, I mean, either way, I would strike that word because we don't need to acquire. We need to figure out what we're going to do with the land and the properties that we do have. And if we can sell those and put that into facilities, that's great. But I completely back you on, agree with you on the acquire word.
So let me ask this question. If we're anticipating an 8 to 10 year spend cycle, and of course there are things that can happen that we can't predict, but based on what we know right now about the number of schools, the number of properties, our enrollment, and what that's going to look like 10 years out, are we thinking that we're potentially going to need to acquire property? Okay. So would we feel comfortable in maybe striking that part of the language? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd feel comfortable with that.
Okay.
In your best interest, Katie? Katie?
Yep.
What I'm hearing is there's a really good conversation here, but there is also, I am seeing consensus around they have a strong feeling that they won't be acquiring. And that, is it on page A4?
Yes.
Page A4, there's a bullet, Katie?
Yes.
And if we were talking about, let me just throw this out, the original proposal, the original resolution, that bullet around acquire, construct. Just acquire.
Just acquire.
Just acquire.
Just the word acquire, so we can keep construct and relocate new school sites and facilities.
Page 3.2. Okay, so Katie, is it possible to take out the word acquire from this resolution where it is applying to acquiring anything and minimize risk without over restricting? That's the question I'm asking. Is that possible?
Yes, I mean, we can do whatever the board directs us to do, absolutely. I would ask, keeping in some language that I have below about things related to easements or other parts of real property that you might need to think about when you're constructing things. However, I could absolutely go through and remove acquiring new property as an allowable expenditure.
And if that worked for the board, that might be a way to get unanimous support, maybe.
For me, personally, I feel like I think we should just strike out like acquire, construct, and relocate. No, why? Maybe I missed it.
You might need to relocate.
Oh, okay.
Like, for instance, we might need to relocate our server room.
Okay.
So if we remove relocate, then we can't do that.
Okay.
Just, I wanted to follow up with,
Then I must have missed it.
No, you're totally fine and on point, and your points are valid, Joy. But in terms of like relocating the server room, there isn't adequate space right now at the district office, so we might have to move site, relocate it to a different site, or build an addition to it, a building that houses all of our data equipment and all of our server rooms, all of our networking gear. So that's what she was asking previously.
What about for our administrative offices? Are we striking that out also?
It is possible we might have to relocate. Right, so, I mean, we haven't discussed any of this, but you never know. But I think that what we're trying to do is to say that, that we don't want to go out and start acquiring a whole bunch of property.
This,
So we have properties that are vacant right now.
We have plenty of property.
and that is the step that is emerging, that is in common with what community has said.
But I do have a clarifying question. So actually, I was just thinking about that because, if we do like a land swap, property land swap, would that require the word acquire in it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. If you do what?
So like,
A land swap, Katie.
Oh, yes, I think that would fall under the word acquire.
oh,
But to the point of, what does the research say? What does the community say?
Correct, correct.
What has the community been telling us? What has been the experience? And what is it you can all agree on to have unanimity of purpose for this measure, because it will require all hands on deck?
correct.
What I'm observing is a creative solution that might meet all of your needs and acknowledge the community input.
Yes, I agree.
And the trust is critical. And I think that's, and just for clarifying, at least on my behalf, it's not a fear of future boards and future leadership. It's really just a matter of really rebuilding that trust that's been lost and ensuring that that trust is there and we can build it back. Because the reality is that we are a school district. We serve our students. These facilities are used. And if we're not, again, using the money the way that the community wants us to use it, then how are we going to get another bond in, consecutive years? It's just not going to happen. And it's just a matter really of just ensuring that there's that trust that we build back and that we really are focusing on our students.
I echo.
It's hard for me to see when I can add a point here without being able to see the group. One of the things when we look at acquire land, and I think the answer that Katie gave about a swap and then incorporating GeoBond money in it would be a limitation. But if we think that the 3 parcels of land that we have are in a greater amount than any kind of purchase or swap we would ever need, maybe could we reframe that question is, Katie, if the district were to swap any of the existing pieces of land that it owns and not spend bond proceeds on it, do you agree that there would be no impact to this GeoBond?
Absolutely.
The revenue, the parcels of land create a revenue source. As long as there's not GeoBond revenue sources added to that, that language would not impact a swap.
So I think what you're saying, Mr. Bauer, is if we were to take land that we owned and we swapped it with other land, right, and we didn't use any bond money for the actual acquisition, but then we later decided we wanted to build something on that building would not be classified as acquisition. Is that what you're saying?
No, the acquire land is the piece I was trying to address.
Okay.
And I think given the amount of property that you have, that it sounds like is unhoused, that would be a reasonable thing to say we could strike acquire land, given that you have land that could be a revenue source or an asset source to swap. And so that fact that you would need to acquire land from a GeoBond measure seems pretty unlikely to me.
Okay.
Okay.
And while everything is a risk, this is a risk that is reasonable, given what we're hearing from research, from community, from what you're all saying, and that point of trust, that a very creative solution has happened here, I think.
And I
We're
could just
a
add, I believe it
creative
was
team.
Sometimes.
I'm going to remember this. This is a very creative thing that's rising up here that I wouldn't have predicted.
Okay. So are there additional? Go ahead, Katie.
Sorry, I just wanted to say with respect to your question about whether you could swap land and then use geo money to build on it, the way the language is written now, you could, because we've included sites that you may acquire in the future.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, so somebody needs to be brave enough to make a motion
Joy.
to pick. Okay, well, but can she do that for this particular one?
Oh, no, actually, I don't think so,
Yeah.
because it's a two-thirds vote of the board, so that we need
Right.
4 votes to pass.
Okay.
Well, she could still make the motion.
I don't-
Katie, can the student board member make the motion? I'm not
No.
sure legally
No.
that's.
She said no.
Yes,
Yeah,
no,
It will
sorry,
need
but-
to be one of the 5, but we love
Correct.
Joy for being here and
Yes.
being so
Sorry,
engaged.
Joy. I tried.
I'll make a motion
With
To
the amendment
You gotta
with
pick.
the amendment,
to strike out.
with, to strike out acquire on resolution
Page.
2024-2503 on pages A4,
A4.
And there's one more, right? There's one
and I
other
believe
page.
A3.
A3.
Oh, and maybe just.
Wherever it exists in the
And
resolution.
wherever it
There you
exists.
go, there you go.
Yes, I will
All
be
right.
sure to keep it everywhere.
And so just to clarify, right, so we're taking the original resolution that was on our agenda, and we're making the modification to that resolution, not the second one that just got handed out to us.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. So there's a member, there's a proposal, a motion on the table, sorry.
And I very excitedly second the motion.
Okay, so Member Plancarte moves, Member Wen seconds, and so and did you get the changes in the language, Ms. Lemus?
Yes,
Okay.
I will add that.
Okay, perfect.
And we could do open online voting.
Okay, so we're gonna do it through Word docs?
Yes.
Okay,
Katie, did you get the change that they were making?
Yes, I believe so, and I will also connect tomorrow to make sure that we're on the same page before this is submitted to the county.
Thank you.
student member doesn't vote on this.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys vote already?
I gotta flip.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, all right, I need to close this.
Okay, votes are in. Member Thomas, yay. President Hill, yay. Member Nguyen, yay. Vice President Jones, yay. And Member Plancarte, yay.
All right, so we have unanimity. Okay, and then just a clarification for Ms. Ma, since obviously we have, okay. See, Ms. Wen has been inspired by the Olympics and the kiss and cry. So, just a clarification, since obviously we now have a logistical process that we need to go through. And so there's paperwork, and then we have to go up to the Register of Voters, and we only have a couple of days. And so, and I was talking with the superintendent, I think even this morning, about some of this. And so, do we have to make an appointment to go do this?
No.
No, you
Sorry.
don't.
Okay.
And we've got Katie Dobson who helps with that filing process.
So she'll do it for us?
She'll help the district make sure that it happens.
Okay,
And so
Actually, I am going to do it since the superintendent is ill. My office is going to personally deliver this resolution to the Registrar of Voters tomorrow.
oh,
and
okay, so you're
tomorrow
gonna do
is
it?
that deadline.
Oh, okay,
The deadline is the Friday.
Friday's the deadline.
Correct.
Yeah.
Friday's the deadline.
And
We'd
so-
like
and
to
then
do
do
it
you
a
need-
little early in case the county has any questions.
Okay, and do you need me to join that, or you can just do it yourself?
Yeah, I can do it. I will need you to sign the resolution tonight, 2 copies of it.
Okay.
And then we will take it from there.
All right, I'll wait for you to give us an updated copy.
Great.
Great, okay, all right, congratulations, we're off to the races, all right.
Thank you. Very creative
Good board, thank
solution.
you.
You're in my memory forever as I go throughout the state. To be able to say Newark pulled off a phenomenal solution. Way to go, team.
Yay!
And thank you, Katie, thank you, Mr. Bauer, appreciate all your help. All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms.
Thanks,
Parks,
Adam.
and thank you, Mr. Knoop, for your input and guidance. Okay, so moving on to, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna,
Oh,
excuse
yes,
myself.
yes, so-
I am feeling under the weather.
Yes,
and
so-
I'm gonna go home.
So please go and get better. Yeah, and
Thank you, Member Plancarte, for coming here tonight and helping us with the vote. We really appreciate you being here, even though you've been unwell, and I so appreciate you, so thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate all of you in our community especially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So so we're moving on to 12.3, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. So, Mr. Knoop and Ms. Parks.
Good evening, everybody, board, staff, and members of the public. We're here to present the annual report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. My name is Carrie Knoop, if you want to have the proper pronunciation, and Ms. Parks is here as well. I will do the first half of the presentation, and Ms. Parks will do the second, and then we have one slide for questions if there are any questions for the board to ask. You're actually right now looking at the complete CBOC. As you heard before, CBOC is supposed to have 7 members at least, but you've got to do it with us. There's only 2 people. Usually at the beginning of a bond, there's a lot of people who want to volunteer, and then during the course of the bond, we get less and less people until all the money is used. So again, this is for the 22-23 year. So we're basically a year behind, and that's because we have to wait for all the audits to be completed, including the bond and the bond performance audit, which usually comes in February or March. And since the CBOC meets 4 times a year, we have to find the next slot. And then usually we have a special meeting to talk about the annual report. And so either the annual report is typically delivered right before the end of the school year or right after the beginning of the new school year. The first slide, please. I just want to highlight the members. So the current members, myself and Ms. Parks, and also Mr. Waters, who was the chair up to February 2023. The next slide. Quickly looking at the bond, we're talking about $63 million. Obviously, it's a little bit more because of premiums and interest. So as you can see, most of that money is used. As of 2023, we had about $14,000 left, and it remains to be seen if the balance is 0, then next year will be the last annual report. If it is not 0, we need another audit, which is probably going to get the account in the negative, but that's something to worry about next year. As was mentioned before as well, you see the life cycle of the bond on the other slide, go back, on the other chart, one back. Yeah. Around 2017-18, the expenditures went down, and we got a little bit of a slower period. It was right after the project management company was changed. Next slide. So this is particularly for 2022 and 23. Most of the expenditures were for HVACs and related costs. We did a fair amount of landscaping, and then a tiny bit of flooring, and then obviously we have the fixed cost, which is the bond support cost. You got to think about, lawyers, DSA approvals, management overhead cost, you know, costs like that. I mean, I can give you a list if you have any more questions, but it's, let's see, construction, environmental, project management, auditing, and so on. Next slide. And so here's the cumulative for the whole life cycle of the bond. You can see most of it is spent on buildings and HVACs and roofs. Technology, 2.5, 2.6 million out of 63 million. Next slide. And then here you see the expenditures by school site. The high school being the largest, obviously, because it's the largest school. That kind of wraps up my part of the presentation, so I give the mic now to Ms. Parks. Thank you.
Good evening. The next page is the facts, findings, and concerns. And you'll see the first one is the school district must make an effort to actively recruit community members. This has been a repeat concern that we have listed for many years. It is supposed to be the 7 members, and they cover various different categories as established by law. And where it was stated that we did start out with a robust number of members in the very onset. Within a certain period of time, when people realized that it was more of a reactive committee, some people fell away because of that. They thought they were going to have more insight into making decisions regarding the projects. And so some fell away for that. And then just over the course of time, this has been a drawn-out process due to the loss of a project managing firm. So it drug on, and we lost members as that time progressed. And you're only allowed a 6-year term until you're termed out. We both have served 6-year terms and then stepped away and then reestablished our commitment to the committee because it had fallen on such dire times. And again, we would hope that when you look to progress with what you just approved, that perhaps more diligence will be in that oversight. The number 2 concern was is more around security. So one of the items that was one of the projects was the electronic key system. And when that system was established, one of the concerns that we brought forward and have continued to bring forward for many years is the fact that should an intruder or an active shooter approach a campus, there is no way for the individual site to lock down those cards. So if someone were to get a card, they immediately have access to the campus, and only MOT has access to shut down the card. And we brought that to the board's attention year after year. The other one is the middle school gates. Once those gates were installed there, it was noted that, of course, you need some type of way to communicate with the office if you had a parent come to the school. So they put a voice box there, and it wasn't installed initially ADA compliant. We brought that to the board's attention. I think it was adjusted. I mean, it doesn't work. I've gone into the office, I've talked with the office manager when we've gone on our tours, and it intermittently works, and you end up having, there's a sign on it right now that says you have to call the office, and then they send out a campus monitor. So again, it's the effective workings of the money that's spent through the bond and what we've seen, these projects and how they fall short at certain key intervals. The third item is the landscape and irrigation project. And in the planning and execution of this project, a weed barrier landscape fabric was omitted. And that we suggest that in the future, the committee the community suggests that the district ensure that all aspects of a project are thoroughly viewed to avoid these types of omissions. Because as somebody who lives very, very close to Lincoln, I can tell you the amount of time that your maintenance crew spent out there cleaning it up before the start of school was an enormous amount of time. I want to say it was like a day and a half, and it's just a small little patch because they have to trim all the bushes. You got all the weeds that are coming up because that fabric wasn't put down. It's, again, it's costing you more in labor than every year to do the cleanup because you didn't put in the effort, or at the time, the project manager didn't put in the effort to mitigate that process. So then, if we go to the next slide. So every year when we do the, this annual report, we have to agree that the, I can't find page, that we have to agree to a certain constitutional language. Is it not in this thing? I'm sorry, did I miss the page? Well, anyhow, it says, we have to say that the membership finds that the NUSD is in compliance with the requirements of Article 13A, Section 1B3 of the California Constitution, and that the funds are being used for the purpose specified in the ballot language. And that is something that we have to vote on every single year to say that you are in compliance with that language. And that's why it's so important that the language is, does reflect where your goal is on the spending. So, but we're here for any questions that you might have.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Knoop and Ms. Parks, not only for your presentation, but also for your years of service and stepping into the breach when needed. And
We're still waiting for the Ferrari, by the way, but it still hasn't come yet.
well, I believe that the language in the current bond measure doesn't really explicitly exclude that, so.
Yeah, you made sure of that.
So, yeah, I believe Ferraris for all bond oversight committee. I think you'll have lots of volunteers if we do that, right? But anyway, but joking aside, thank you for all of your hard work. Are there questions from the board?
No, I just wanted to make a comment, and I hope, Toya, can you make a note of this? I just wanted to make sure about the key system, if IT can look into it and see if we can decentralize access to give sites, our office managers or the principals access to be able to lock down the classrooms if necessary. Thank you.
And just echoing that, I mean, maybe that's a topic that we ought to bring back to make sure that we do. I mean, and obviously that means investing in a system. It sounds like part of our issue is an outdated system, right?
Well, depending on where if the software is a SaaS software, meaning it lives in the cloud and somewhere else, and it's accessible through the internet, then it's basically levels of access that we can grant to users on a system. They have roles and responsibilities. And then also, if it is on premise, somewhere sitting in our server room, is IT able to look at that and see if we can decentralize access, to have decentralized access at sites? So thank you for bringing that up again.
Yeah. Okay, great. Other, Member Thomas?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the enormous amount of money that was put into our HVAC systems from the original bond, from what the estimates were and how far over we went, and how substandard some of the installation and upkeep and maintenance of those systems have been. So as we go into the new bond and we take care of issues around HVAC, I really hope we have a management company that does adequate job of making sure we get our money's worth.
I could echo that for the roofing also. We had a nightmare vendor for the high school, and if you'll remember that, all the change orders, I think they were up to like 20. So, I mean, yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so moving on to 12.4, Employment Contract Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, CBO. So obviously Superintendent Vacar is not here, but do you want to speak briefly to this, Mr. Williams?
Yes, so the current contract is very consistent. Actually, it's exactly the same as we did for our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services. A couple of the pieces on there that are pertinent that I want to highlight. It's an annual salary of $220,908. It's 224 workdays, which is a positive work calendar, which he would be able to earn 1 vacation day per month that's worked, or excuse me, 1 sick day per month that he's worked. There is no vacation on here at all because it is a positive work calendar of 224 days. There's an early termination severance, which many contracts you'll see is at 1 year. However, for all the assistant soups in this district, it's up to 6 months with a 60-day clause that allows you guys to separate from the CBO or for him to separate from the district. It's a classified position. He's part of PERS now. He would meet the general requirements and process of all PERS employees. So for retirement, it would be met at an equal portion that he is now or any active classified employees you go forward with. Everything else is a little boilerplate language, but if you need anything on any of the paragraphs, I'd be happy to address those or provide any additional clarification. I do want to acknowledge that Jose Quintana is in the audience tonight as well. So he's been sitting in the back corner, and if this does go forward, I think he's got a little work on his plate to get moving with the school bond and next steps as well. But be happy to answer any questions before we take the next step.
Great. So questions or comments from the board? Number 1.
Mr. Williams, can you clarify the 224 workdays and what does it mean to have a positive work calendar?
Yeah, so it's actually, it's days that he has to be at work 8 hours a day, right? So in the contract, it does clarify that they're 8 hours a day. But upon agreement with this, we do know that he's an exempt employee, so it's going to be above and beyond 8 hours in some days, but you're not paid in addition to any of those hours. But 224 days, so when you show up to work, you have a positive work calendar that you're required to have approved by the superintendent on a monthly basis so that she would be aware of those days. It's Monday through Friday. Weekends and holidays do not count toward those 224 days. And those days would provide with the additional federal holidays, state holidays. Moving forward, it'd put them on a 260-day to 261-day overall, which every full-time 12-month classified employee would meet that same regulation.
Thank you.
So, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. So,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, please.
No. He's here in the audience, so he'll give his own bio. I was gonna have Chris.
Yeah, I was going to wait to see if there's any questions, but he does come with, would you like me to share that now or have him come up after, whatever?
I'd say have him come up after.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and this is no disrespect to Mr. Quintana, and I have interviewed with him and met with him, and I think that he has extensive procurement experience, which is something that we sorely need in this district, and it's something that Member Thomas and others have just alluded to, and he also has good facilities experience, and obviously we have serious facilities issues, and we're about to be going through a bond process where we're going to need good oversight and execution in that area. But in good conscience, I cannot support his candidacy for this particular role because it's the chief business officer role, and I don't feel that he has sufficient financial experience, and I think that that's a really important prerequisite for him to be in this role. If it were a different role, if we were bringing him in as assistant superintendent of procurement and facilities, I would have no issue in supporting it. But again, it's the CBO role. I'm concerned. But again, it's no disrespect to Mr. Quintana. So what I would say is, I'd say, unless people feel like they want to have a bio first, we can vote. Or if we want to have a bio, I mean, we can have a bio first, or we can vote. It's the pleasure of the board.
I must say I'm disappointed. I think we hire a chief executive officer to make hiring decisions. We don't micromanage that choices that she or he makes. And I'm just deeply disappointed if this is not make a full 5-0 vote. So I have to just state my disappointment,
Sure.
utter disappointment.
Well, so, and Member Thomas, again, no disrespect, But I just think we have a difference of opinion on this, that the board's being asked to ratify a position, and the board's not a rubber stamp. And so if we have concerns, then we should feel free to be able to express those. And I don't think that we should, I mean, I feel that there's a little bit of shaming, right? And I don't think that should happen. I think we're all entitled to our opinions. But you're certainly entitled to your feelings about that, so I appreciate it. But I'm not asking people to vote one way or the other. I'm just expressing my viewpoint. Member Nguyen, it sounds like you want to say something.
No, I'd just like to make a motion to approve the position.
I'll second that.
So Member Nguyen moves and Member Thomas seconds. So we want to do this via board docs?
Yes, we could do it via board docs. Online voting is now open. Member Thomas, yay. President Hill, nay. Member Nguyen, yay. Vice President Jones, yay. Member Plancarte, not present.
Thank you, Ms. Lemus. The motion carries. So welcome and congratulations, Mr. Quintana. And why don't you come up and introduce yourself and tell us a little more.
You're sure you're all ready, right? Now it's a done deal. I just want to say on behalf of Jose, I got to speak to a superintendent and several of his references. The words leadership, mentorship, advocate, excellence in budgeting and financing. We know he's coming into his first chief business officer role. There's been a statewide and national search. Super positive individual, influential leader, someone that cares, has a great background, former Marine as well, served our country, still works a little every now and then with that. Comes with over 15 years of great experience, and we're super excited to have you on board. Welcome, my friend. It's been a great process for the last 2.5 months, working with you, talking with you, and getting to know you and your family as well. So I want to just give you an official welcome. I mean, your first time on stage, you got to kill this now, right? Finish it off for us.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to our chair and our board of trustees. Thank you for your vote of confidence in moving forward into this role that is much needed in this district. As I interviewed, I definitely saw and toured some of your sites and took that interest. And immediately what I saw was community and family. I said, you know what, this is something that I can bring forth. Doesn't matter the budget, the numbers. I mean, I typically run $500 million budget every year, and that says a lot for itself. And when I think about the staff, I think about the site administrators, connecting with them, building that trust. You know, just to hear a principal say, Jose, I trust you. Whatever you're going to do this summer, I trust you. It's in your hands. My site is in your hands. When I look at all of my associate superintendents and they say, okay, tell us what's the newest thing. And that's what I want to bring here to my new executive cabinet, is to bring that confidence, that trust that we can build, not only within ourselves and here in this board, but to our community. They deserve it. I keep hearing that over and over. I've watched over 12 months of your board meetings, and you have come a long way. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the chance to prove myself. I will, President Nader.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Okay, so let's see here. We're flooring projects. This is a corner case. I don't know if anybody here on the dais is prepared to talk about flooring projects, but you never know. Okay, go ahead.
So you guys have become experts in CMAS, right? So it allows us to piggyback bid on it. So we have $400,000, 4 different projects in here. So as we were working, I was doing a little research on it. It is coming out of our Fund 21, which is our deferred maintenance, to be able to pay for the projects that are in there. Tracy Vacar has looked at it, reviewed the budget, and has aligned it to approve it. seen with CMAS. You guys can't hear me? No. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. You want to hear all that again? I will be happy to do it. Yeah. You're probably saying, no, stop already, right? Yeah. Part of it is Fund 21 for. All right, see, so maybe I didn't have it all, but
It's okay.
Yeah.
By day, he's the interim HR superintendent.
Yeah, you know
and then
what?
he moonlights.
I even
as
double checked, and I
facilities
even
guy.
texted and did everything. Sorry, it's either Fund 12 or 21, but maybe 12. All right, I'm not going to guess, but I'm going to tell you, Dr. or Mrs. Vakar has assured us that the money is there. And I also highlighted for next time, as I was sitting here, I said, we will, yeah, thank you for keeping me in check. I do need that every now and then. But I think the other thing we were talking about as we were texting back and forth is like, we would just want to be able to list that when we're coming forward, so it's very transparent. So it shows what fund it's coming out of it, next time. But we do ask for blessings on this and ask for your support. It's definitely a huge need for our schools, and projects would be moving forward with board approval this evening. I apologize on the Fund 21. I thought I really did a great job on my homework, but my apologies. So any questions? I'll find someone else that can answer them correctly. Parks, I need you. Yeah.
And that's his warm-up for his comedy night that's going to happening after this.
I think I
so.
just got fired from the comedy night too, but it's all good.
Member Thomas?
Okay, I would just like to make a comment. We are required as a board to approve contracts over a certain limit. And you can look at these as 3 separate contracts, but they're really all wrapped up in one.
Correct.
So it's not bifurcated by those individual contracts. So we are approving these 3 contracts in their totality. The part in here that concerns me is that we're asking for 400,000 so that they don't have to get pre-approval to go out again. And I maintain that adding more contracts on this company for this work, under this contract, does require that you come back to the board for subsequent contracts. So you can't do it without approval.
Correct.
I just want to say that.
Thank you. That is correct.
Okay.
Number 1, you have a question?
Yes, I was just wondering how these 3 flooring projects were prioritized. And I know that it stated that it's looking over all of the district sites. So I just wanted to know what the process was on, and how it came to that we're prioritizing these 3 sites.
So I know the first priority was immediate safety for the students, and that was the highest priority. I would really have to get more information to go through if there was any more committee work or done.
Okay.
I know everything that we've done right now is for sure prioritizing what we need to do for immediate student safety needs is always going to be the number 1. Yeah, and some of these flooring projects are, I don't know if you and I could walk over the flooring
Yeah.
without falling through them on a couple of them, but so that's the number 1 priority.
Okay. If you can get back with the
Yep.
report, that would be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Other questions or comments? Okay, so can we get a motion to approve district-wide flooring projects, all county flooring, CMAS contract for 400,000?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Vice President Jones moves, Member Thomas seconds, and can we do this via board docs, Ms. Lemus? Thank you.
Online voting is now open.
Can you ask me for mine?
Student board member gets to vote.
Can she vote on a contract?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so yeah, so at the beginning, before you read out the vote.
Student board member Lee,
Yes.
board member Thomas, yay. President Hill, yay. Member Nguyen, yay. Vice President Jones, yay. Member Plancarte, absent.
Great, thank you. Motion carries. Moving on to 12.6, Proposition 28, Arts and Music in School Funding Report. And I believe, Ms. Allard, that you have some information on this, please.
Yes, for sure. This is another report just by the state. I'll just read a little blurb to give you some information. The California Department of Education requires a board-approved report annually for Prop 28, which allocates visual and performing arts funding in schools. The California Department of Education distributed Prop 28 funding in February of 2024 for the 23-24 school year. Additionally, the CDE didn't begin providing guidance necessary for implementation until March of 2024. So given this delay and the change of leadership in the district, no funds were spent from Prop 28 during the 23-24 school year, as indicated on the annual report. Funds from 23-24 will be rolled over to 24-25. And it's just a report that we just need to have action on that indicates that no funds were spent for the 23-24 school year, and that we are actively rolling out how to start to spend the 24-25 funds so that we can start to implement arts and music more in our schools.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Allard. Questions from the board? Okay, if no questions, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so Vice President Jones moves and Student Member Lee seconds. Can we do this via board docs, please?
Yes, we could do board docs. I'm unable to move forward with the online voting because.
Okay, so we're going to do roll call voting?
Yes.
Okay. So start with Member Lee.
Okay. Student Board Member Lee,
Yes.
Board Member Thomas,
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Board Member Plancarte absent, Vice President Jones,
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. So now we're moving on to the personnel report. And I'd like to pull it just so that we can have Mr. Williams brag on all the work that he did. But if there's but that'll give anybody the opportunity to ask any questions. So I'd like to pull the personnel report, and Mr. Williams, if you could, I think you gave us a little flavor at the beginning of the meeting, but if you could just describe the Herculean effort that you've been engaged in since May up until now, that'd be great.
I'm so excited because I've done such a great job on my presentations tonight to begin with. So, the last second things aren't good with me, but hey, we're good. Honestly, I want to really recognize the human resource staff to begin with. It has been quite a grind. I want to say thank you to all the principals, Ed Services. Karen has been a huge part of this. Tracy and everybody's really worked together. It was the tightest timeline I've ever seen to bring so many people together in a short timeline, obviously. So we're talking beginning, middle of May, a lot of moving parts. June 30th is a high priority date for this county with people staying and leaving and coming in. But it's the Hercules effort by the entire organization and district, helping recruit, helping bring people in. And it's really about one team, one dream, which makes it work. And obviously, next year we'll have a lot better start in March and April as we're going through this. We have strong goals that you guys shared with the superintendent as well as the human resource staff to really begin to look at the absent rates, retention rate, and where we are at this time next year so we can get that retention rate up to a higher level and create that culture of trust and excellence. And then ultimately impacting student learning in the class with our instructional model. And our ultimate efforts right now, we've got the people, but now we have to train, as you guys remember, right? Recruit, right? Support, train, and retain. And we've got the first two going. Now the next two are going to be crucial in all of our relationship buildings and seeing the impact of learning in classes and our role models that we have forward. Again, there's on this report alone, since the last board meeting, there's 52 transactions on this report alone. So we've had over 100 transactions, right? Because you have transfers and resignations and whatnot. And to keep up with it, again, you can't do it without great people. I want to recognize Laura Johnson for doing a lot of great work in there. Tina has done fantastic work with getting our subs lined up for tomorrow or Thursday, which was always a huge priority for us. We're actually going into the district and start of school on Thursday with a half a dozen long-term subs compared to almost 30-something last year. So the positive, 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 I always look at the good in things. Also, you guys recognizing Julie Radcliffe to come back here and volunteering for us to provide the support that she's done. We definitely could not have done the work without her and her expertise with credentials, her expertise of working hard, her work ethic is second to none. It's a little ornery every now and then. That's why I get along with her so well, because she gets things done and she's not going to wait. She's going to make decisions based on best interests of our kids, and I appreciate that. Debbie Romero is another superstar that's done fantastic work, and everybody working together. But I do want to recognize everybody that's helped, right? It's not Chris Williams, it's not Karen Allard, it's everybody working together to get to this end result. You guys have been fantastic providing us flexibility to allow us to make some hires during the summertime without having that specialized board meeting to come back. And then it's the relationship building. It's getting people in the organization that align to the values and the expectations of where we are. And you seeing all the movement and where we're at? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Joy. Oh my gosh, I told you I'm just off tonight. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So again, with all that being said, I want to just commend everybody's
So could you start that over?
Yeah. So let me start. Joy Lee, have you ever had a 30-minute lecture, like a really boring one from a teacher? Because I'm going to redo it right now. You're like, hey, we'll work with it. But again, getting right people in the district is a fantastic opportunity for us to have influence and impact on student learning and what we're all about. And I will, again, made great strides, great progress, still a lot of work to be done. It's going to be interesting to see how we fall out this year, to see all the positive impact that it's going to have on our student learning, test scores, our alignment to goals that you guys have set for your superintendent, as well as all of us. So if you look through, I do have one correction, I guess. Sabrina Davis on here, I am going to need to correct that to 1.0 because we had a resignation at the last moment on a job share. So she's going to move into a 1.0 position instead of the 0.8. It's the only addendum on that. So I do ask for approval with that being said.
Great. Any additional questions from the board? Member Nguyen?
Just a comment. I just wanted to appreciate staff for all their hard work and dedication and filling all these positions. I know that it's been really difficult and you guys have been doing a tremendous job, so we really do appreciate that. And just looking through the PAL tonight, I really love that we had internal promotions. And I just really wanted to emphasize how important that is because there's not a lot of opportunity to move up sometimes in an organization, but I know some of these individuals personally, and it's great to see that that's happened. But that's also because Toya's up here with us, so
That's right.
so I really appreciate all of Toya's hard work too. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Member Lee?
I just wanted to first of all thank you so much and everybody who worked to get all the teachers and all the staff in place for our school year to start. It's such a great improvement from last year. But I had a quick question. Do we have I see like a resignation for the College and Career Center at New York Memorial High School. Do we have a replacement yet or no?
So there's a model being discussed about how that's going to be implemented, and probably not at the prime position to report that out yet, but next board meeting, I could definitely bring some information back for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Awesome work.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great. And then just to provide a little bit of context, I don't know all the details going back, but I would say that for a number of years, we've been facing departures from our district, right, and for a variety of reasons. And again, this has been going on since I've been on the board. And I know that last year we did have a pretty big deficit going in. I think you said 30 teachers. I don't remember the exact number.
It was close to 70 last year.
70.
Yeah, we had a loan at the middle school was 19.
So, yeah, because I remember it was a big number, right? So you're saying that going into the academic year last year, we had 70 teacher positions
And
open.
management class,
And,
certificate.
okay, so total.
Yeah.
And now we only have 6, or no,
We're down to 3 right now because we have 3 offers out. So if they sign the offers by tomorrow, will be 3 full-time FTEs that are open. One is high school, one is a science position in middle school, and there's 1 5th grade at BGI because we had a transfer today. So we had a position that we had to transfer into Coyote Hills based on enrollment and overflow. So we had priority based on the collective bargaining agreement. There's a teacher that has rights to that, and we sent it out to all the teachers. There was only one that requested to move into that. Therefore, it opened a fifth grade position at BGI open, which we're hoping to have filled by Thursday. We have 2 more interviews that we're doing this week, so.
Great.
But besides that, we're good.
And what I would say is I think that many of us have had an opportunity to actually meet some of the new hires in different venues. And I think that there are a lot of talented people that we're bringing in, and you can feel the energy. And I think it's going to be an exciting year. So thank you for making that happen for us. So with that, can I get a motion to approve the PAL?
I'll make a motion to approve the PAL.
I'll second.
So Member Jones, Vice President Jones moves, and
We have to make the
Yeah, the-
modification.
the one modification.
I rescind my motion, my second
Yes.
motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make the motion acknowledging that we need to change Sabrina Davis to a full-time
That's
from
correct.
.8.
Thank you.
Great.
And I second.
Okay, and so, and student member does not vote on this. And so, and can we do this through board docs, or do we need to do a roll call?
No, we could do it on board
Okay,
docs.
go ahead.
Sabrina Davis is great.
Do we need to extend the meeting? Can we
No,
wrap it up as
we're
10
gonna see. We're gonna see who's gonna pull stuff, if anything.
I'm not pulling it.
Okay, votes are in. Member Thomas, yay. President Hill, yay. Member Nguyen, yay. Vice President Jones, yay. Member Plancarte, absent.
Okay, so, yes. So moving on to consent agenda, non-personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any of these agenda items?
Oh, sorry.
You do?
Yes, I need to
Okay,
pull
so then before you do that.
14,
So
16.
then before you do that, can I get a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second.
Okay, Vice President Jones moves and Student Member Lee seconds. And can we do a board docs vote?
Yes. Online voting is now open.
Do you have to put the time in there? I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know, do we?
I can add it if,
Yeah, why don't you just do it? Just
We have to vote again.
rewind.
Oh. We have to vote again, though?
Yes.
Excuse me.
online voting is now open.
Great, thank you.
Student board member, yay. I'm sorry, student board member?
Yay.
Member Thomas, yay. President Hill, yay. Member Nguyen, nay. Vice President Jones, yay. Member Plancarte, absent.
Great, okay. Yeah, I agree. I was hoping,
30 seconds.
okay. All right, so consent agenda. So, Member Jones, you want to pull an item?
I'd like to I'd like to pull 14.6 and make a motion to approve the rest if nobody's going to pull anything else.
Okay, are there any other items people want to pull?
I'll second Member Jones's
Motion.
Okay. All right, so Member Jones moves and Member Thomas seconds. And can do we need to do a roll call vote?
We could do open online voting, but board docs won't allow for me to do online voting for multiple agenda items.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll do a roll call vote. So, the motion stands, and so we just do a roll call vote.
Okay.
So Student Member Lee?
Okay. Student Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, so Member Jones, you have the floor. 14.6, quarterly report on contracts.
All right, 14.16 is the school calendar for 24-25. There is one change that needs to be added to May 29th of 2025. It shows that it is a minimum day for Newark Middle School. It is also a minimum day for elementary, so I would like to have that amended to represent that. I did speak to Ms. Carr about this, and she said it was literally an oversight. NTA did agree to it, and it just didn't get on here, so I'm just amending to make sure that we put a blue triangle on top of that green triangle.
And we're adding a ski week. Just kidding.
I'm sorry, I thought you pulled 14.6.
No, 16. 14.16. I didn't.
No, she made the right motion.
I said 14.16. Oh, sorry.
I have a question. How come our school doesn't have a ski week?
Because we have we take 2 Fridays, two Mondays in February instead of a ski week. If we did a ski week, we would be tagging 3 days onto the end of the year or starting 3 days earlier, because we have to have those number of days.
Let's
do it. Hawaii in February is awesome.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you there.
Where you go to ski.
Thank you.
Okay. So you've moved to make changes.
I have moved to make changes to the 24-25 calendar, which is agenda item 14.16.
Yeah, because it's different.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, so Vice President Jones moves and Member Nguyen seconds. Yes, ma'am. That's fine. That's fine.
Call it
That's
out.
fine. Yep, so just go ahead with Student Board Member.
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, so we're now moving on to item 15, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. So if we want to, I don't know if we want to start with Member Lee. So do you have any updates that you want to make? I mean, you've given your student report, but is there anything additional or any comments?
I just want to once again, just like the bond, we really, really need it for our schools. Like at the back, even though you don't see it in our PE locker rooms, in our back of the school where like our language classes are being held, like you can clearly see like mold and some other like breakage. So, oh, and also like the landscaping of our school. I don't know if it got done, but like last year, like in the back of our school, like the fields, it's like there's a lot of like shrubs and there's a lot of grass that isn't being cut, and like in that alley is the way that we go, like once the fire alarm goes off, that's like our exit way, but there's like a bunch of like grasses that's like this tall. And so I wanted you guys to be aware of that.
Great. Member Thomas?
Well, I'd like to thank staff for all their hard work over the summer and acknowledge that the two events I went to so far this week, the new teachers orientation and this morning's kickoff event were just really well executed. So thank you, staff. I'd like to bring up things that I have brought up before that fall through the cracks. And I know we've been really busy with staffing shortages and everything. So if I say them out loud, maybe they'll be captured in the minutes and they can be attended to. And these are things that I think should be on the calendar, the board calendar, and now is the time to develop the board calendar and to make sure that things that should be on it are going to be scheduled throughout the year. One of the first things I wrote down is the irrigation. We talked about irrigation. We didn't really do irrigation projects. We did beautification, landscaping of our fronts, but our fields need irrigation, and Fund 40, the Russian monies, has money in it for repairing and installing our irrigation systems. I hate going by our school sites in the fall and seeing brown grass all over the place where the city is maintaining their green areas. Other things that I think should be on the calendar are the Puente program. I'd like to see data on the ethnicity and parent education, so we can see if we are targeting the right people or students for that program. The Ohlone Connections program, it would be good to get a report on that. How many students from Ohlone Connections continue on into 2- and 4-year colleges? I think we need a report at least once every 2 years, and I don't know that we've had a report in many years. Overtime and stipends, those I get that data through a PRA request that a community member makes, but I think a board report on that would be called for. The MCA program has been floundering a little bit, so having a report on that at some point. Interdistrict and intra-district transfer reports. We've usually had 2 reports, one after the first semester and one after the end of the year. Facilities and bond project reports. When we did Measure B, I think it is it Measure B, Cindy? No, but even before. Yeah, we had regular reports and detailed spreadsheets, and we had detailed discussions about the status of the program. So as we go in, and I'm confident we're going to have a bond, having regular quarterly reports, I think, are going to be important. DLI, having reports on that. Our athletics and our coaches. We used to approve coaches, and we used to get reports on how many of them to make sure they had all the requirements for their training, CPRA and things like that. So anyway, those are things that I hope get on a district calendar that we can approve within the next month. Other than that, that's my request.
Okay, thank you, Member Thomas. Member Nguyen?
Thank you, President Hill. No reports out on the City of Newark and USD Liaison Committee. We will be having a meeting coming up in a couple months. And with the Bond Parcel Tax Committee, as you well know, Member Plancarty and I have been working with Bonnie Moss, and I'm so grateful to you all and your support and efforts in wanting to put the bond on the ballot. So thank you so much for getting us a unanimous vote tonight. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And I look forward to us really working hard and campaigning and passing this bond for the students. In regards to requests, the only request I have is, I think you forgot one on your list. This is something that Member Thomas had brought up a while back, but I would also like to request that we have a study session on Project Connect.
Oh, yeah. You did ask about that.
Yeah. So, but with that, I want to acknowledge and personally apologize to our students and families who have been negatively impacted by the district's last-minute decision to suspend the DLI dual language immersion program at Schilling without community or school board's input. This is something that I'm not in favor of and do not support. The process or lack thereof on the district's end has caused continued distrust with the families, students, and community members that we serve. Schilling parents have attended numerous board meetings since last fall expressing their concerns about DLI possibly being suspended, and every time they were met with reassurance that it was not. Their concerns were and are valid as they watch resources for the program be depleted one by one. Prior administrative staff that implemented the program are no longer here, either willingly or otherwise. And the elimination of the SEAL program that supported DLI was a huge hit to the program, along with the recent departure of Principal Herrera and the B-class certificated DLI teachers at the end of last school year. We failed our students by not communicating clearly to parents throughout the last year. We failed our students by not communicating clearly to parents throughout the last school year that the DLI program suspension is starting to look like a possibility, and working with parents sooner to come up with alternative solutions. We failed our students by not supporting and retaining the B-class teachers that we had. To start, I would like to recommend that the district staff remedy and prioritize Schilling students and families' requests to attend their home schools and to assist in any inter-district transfers to other districts that are still accepting enrollment in their DLI programs. We must do right by our students and do better. Thank you. To all our teachers, administrators, and staff, welcome to NUSD. To all our new teachers, administrators, and staff, welcome to NUSD, and thank you for choosing to dedicate your time and passion for teaching and modeling your love of learning to our students in the district. I look forward to seeing you all on campus and getting to know you all. And thank you to our returning dedicated teachers, administrators, and staff for their hard work in empowering, nurturing, and fostering the love of learning with our students. Thank you to our district staff for all your tremendous efforts to hire and support so many new positions district-wide. We appreciate each and every one of you. Lastly, to our students and family that we serve, thank you for understanding that we don't always get it right, that we make mistakes and sometimes fail miserably, but we strive to learn from our mistakes and failures to do better and be better prepared to handle unfavorable situations as they come up. We can't do that without your understanding and support in serving your child or children as we continue to rebuild and build trust in our partnerships together. Welcome back to the 24-25 school year. Let's make this school year great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Wen. Member Jones?
Yes, I would like to thank staff for being so awesome and working so hard this summer to gain all the hires that we have, to bring on as many new people as you have. It's so great to be able to say that we have all administrative positions at the sites filled, that we are so close to filling all the classrooms with credentialed teachers. And with that does come the disappointment of DLI and not being able to run that program with the properly credentialed teachers. And that's disappointing. It's hard. It was really unfortunate that the 2 B-clad teachers that we did have last year didn't notify us until the end of January or the end of June that they were leaving. I do know that they both moved well out of the area, so commuting here was going to be very difficult for them, which was their main reason for leaving, from what I understand. And so, yes, it's disappointing, and my heart goes out to all of those families that have been affected, and those students too, because they were working hard to be able to begin to learn another language, and that's a wonderful skill that will help them for the rest of their career, their education and their career. This morning I had the opportunity to say a little something at the opening for the school year, and I would just like to read part of what I read this morning. I first talked about a celebration of the number of hires that we have had, which was over 75 this summer in the last several months, and that's remarkable. Then I went on to say, we hope that those of you that have been here will welcome and support our new teachers and staff joining us this year. We strive to show compassion toward each other and not pass judgment when something is done the way something is not done the way it has been done in the past. We're moving forward and changing the way we conduct business. We must all work together to create the best environment for our students and families. We need to believe that we can make a difference when we all work together. We all have an opportunity to change the narrative and make this district great. We believe that you can. A special thanks to all of those who worked so hard to get the sites ready for the summer, and the board appreciates what each and every one of you do every day for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jones. So echoing some of my fellow board members' comments, we're at the start of a new year, and I think it's a very exciting time. We've been going through some tough times, and we've had to go and do a lot of work to get ourselves to the point where we are right now, but I think we're really poised to have a great year, and so I'm thinking good thoughts, and we're going to do everything possible from a board perspective to support forward movement. So that first and foremost. Also, just echoing or picking up on the topic of DLI that both Member Wem and Member Jones had brought up, I too feel badly that we had to make a decision at the very last moment regarding pausing the program, and I can understand that only getting a few days' notice, how that can really impact and disrupt parents and kids' situations, and so I empathize with that. And I would also echo Member Wen's suggestion that for those families that did explicitly sign up for the Schilling DLI program, and Schilling was not their home school, that we figure out how to make an accommodation and bring them back, even if it maybe involves maybe dealing with some of the class size restrictions. And I've actually already spoken with Ms. Sherry Villa from NTA to see if there might be some flexibility in that area, and she indicates that there is. And so I think that we need to make those families whole. At the same time, though, I think that there's some misunderstandings, particularly about my viewpoints on this topic, and I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear and that you're hearing it from the horse's mouth. So for those that know the history, when this program was launched in February of 2021, we had a presentation and extensive discussion around launching DLI, and I was the only person that actually expressed concerns about it, and I was the only person that voted against it. And I didn't vote against it because I didn't think that it had potential. This is what I said. I said, I am very uncomfortable because we don't have any clear targets for what we're trying to achieve, any measurable outcomes. So if we can't have measurable outcomes in good conscience, I cannot vote for it. However, it seems to me that one of the major metrics that we could potentially connect this program to is English learner proficiency, right? And it's on the California School Dashboard. So the promises that were made around this program, there were a number of promises that it was going to help our English learners. It was going to help us in terms of increasing our enrollment. But my feeling is that if you don't have clear goals and you don't have clear plans and metrics to measure along the way, you are most likely not going to achieve that. And I was disappointed at that point that I didn't get any support from my fellow board members to even put in that one metric. And what I said I said, if we just pull up the English learner proficiency score at that point, It says here that Schilling was at 32.4%. So that means that there's only 32.4% that are making progress in terms of English learner proficiency, English language acquisition. That means that 70% are failing. So this was back in 2021. I just looked at the California School Dashboard for last year. It wasn't 32.4, it wasn't 34, it wasn't 35. It was 28.4%. So we took 3 years to go from a bad situation to a worse situation. And my understanding is the standardized scores have not been released yet, but from what I've heard through the grapevine, this prior year's scores are even worse. And so what I will say is that this idea that we can somehow throw something in the oven and close our eyes and then wake up 3 years later or 5 years later and expect that somehow magically it's going to happen with no plans and no metrics and no ways to do course correction, it's a fool's errand. It will not work, and I think that the numbers are bearing this out right now. And what I would say to everybody is we are failing the students who we are allowing to fall behind. We now have more than 70% of our kids at Schilling that are falling behind their peers in English language acquisition. And one of the things that I will tell you, and it's very important to understand, because when I was getting my teaching credential, what I learned was that English language acquisition it needs to happen in a progression, and the reason for that is that the less that you acquire over time, the further you get behind to finally the point where you can no longer perform effectively as a student in a classroom, and then oftentimes that leads to dropouts and other types of situations. So we don't have 3 years to wait. We don't have 5 years to wait. We need to act now. And just again, so that people are clear about my position, I did not know that we had such staffing issues with this project. So it did catch me by surprise that we were making this adjustment at the very end. But I will note that at the end of our last school year, which is on just a month and a half ago, 6/25, that here's what I said. So I said, Newark's DLI program claims to provide a world-class education that will prepare students for success here in Newark and on the world stage. Unfortunately, the program's results say otherwise, and to continue to allow anywhere from 50 to 70% of the kids at Schilling to fall behind their peers is the height of inequity. During our board goal setting for the 24-25 school year, I will be urging the board to hold Schilling's DLI program accountable for producing measurable improvements or be prepared to cancel it for the 25-26 school year. So I want to be very clear that I had never made any promises. I have always had an issue with Schilling's program, and I've had issues with the fact that we haven't had a plan. And when there were people that came and talked to us about their concerns at the end of last year, we as a board made a conscious effort to spend a lot of time at Schilling. And so I and Member Jones and Member Blancarte and also Member Wen was there, and also the superintendent, we had a really, really heavy concentration, and we attended multiple of those DLI, those DLI meetings, and I brought up on numerous times that we do not have a plan. We do not have clear, measurable goals. We do not have a plan with key tasks, with key timeframes, and that we are doomed for failure, and nobody paid attention, right? There were just excuses. And so, in my mind, if you are, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. And so, what I would say is that I feel sorry for this last minute change. I think that we need to figure out how to make the families whole, but at the same time, we need to figure out how to solve the root problem. We should not be focusing on DLI or any program, we should be focusing on the problem that we're solving, and that is academic outcomes for our kids, particularly at Schilling. And by the way, although I, as a board member, care about all of our schools, I particularly care about Schilling because Schilling is a block and a half from my house. And so I don't want anybody to be casting aspersions and saying that somehow there are people that don't care about Schilling because it's on the wrong side of the tracks or whatever. Well, you know what? If it's on the wrong side of the tracks, then I live on the wrong side of the tracks. So, but we're going to fix it. And we've got a great principal that's come in. He's fantastic. And we're gonna turn that school into, I'm hoping, the most desirable school in the district. So I want to clarify just to make sure that everybody understands from the horse's mouth where I'm coming from on the Schilling DLI situation. But regardless, and to kind of end on a positive note, I think we've all been doing a lot of work. It's been hard, at times it's been contentious, but I think that we are really starting to get traction and make progress. I think we've got a great team this year. I think we've got good goals. We're going to update them even more, and we are going to go seize the day. And so I want to thank everybody for all the hard work, and we have finished before 10:30, which might be a record. Okay, and since we don't have the superintendent, we won't do superintendent concluding comments. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, so and we'll do a roll call. Student member moves and vice president seconds.
Do online voting?
We could just, whatever your pleasure is.
Okay. Student member Lee.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones.
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes, all right, meeting adjourned.